Good evening. Welcome to Harness Tube, and we're here at the DeWitt County Fair here in Farmer City, Illinois, for tonight's racing. Here we've got 14 races on the card for you tonight. We'll be starting at 5:30 for the time here. Kurt Becker will be your track announcer for the evening as we get ready to go here. I want to let you know on the track, you'll be able to see from Lisa's shot here, there is blind spots in the track that neither us, the judges, or the track announcer can see. But it's a pretty good visual track as far as what we do have here. A lot going on as far as Harness Tube's concerned. Want to let you know about that as we get the schedule up there and switch screens, and I get used to what screen is what screen tonight, David. Next week, three race days for you next week in Paris, Urbana, and Lewiston next week. And so we'll have those. Paris and Urbana are at 5 p.m. Starts, and then Lewiston will be a 1 p.m. start. That's a little closer to home for us, David.
Only an hour drive, not too bad, right?
Yeah. And so then the following week, all heck breaks loose as we hit Charleston and Altamont, and Altamont and Charleston and Altamont, and a whole lot more.
And then Mount Sterling, right? Don't forget those 2 dates.
You know, back and forth, 7 days and 8 cards of racing for you that week, provided we don't all collapse before we get it done.
We'll take plenty of rest and plenty of drink, plenty of water.
But you can see the schedule up there that we have for you. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll be back.
Wait, before you go and get your snacks and drinks, make sure to subscribe and like to Harness Tube. If you can't do that, just give us a thumbs up. Alright, to the show.
As the boys said there, you need to like or subscribe Harness Tube on YouTube. You need to subscribe to us. It's going to be under the screen on the right-hand side. Open the notifications up and allow the notifications to come down.
As those cool streamers say, ring that bell. Get those notifications going to make sure that you get a text or an email or a push notification when we go live on the air at any kind of broadcast.
Yep, absolutely. With that, as we get ready to go here, and you can advertise with us on Harness Tube simply by getting in contact with David through Facebook on the Harness Tube site on Facebook. Message him on YouTube as far as the live stream, or send an email to harnestube@gmail.com, and then dial 312-772-5122. David, a lot of racing left for people to be involved with.
Absolutely. We're getting towards the heart of the season, and we're getting towards the meat of the middle of the summer, and there's a lot of racing to be had and a lot of broadcasts for us still yet. So plenty of advertising opportunities. We appreciate anyone who wants to jump in and be on our broadcast with us.
Avenatti Racing, a third-generation, family-run stable with a legacy of excellence. Centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs, Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing top-performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email avenattiracing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing, from yearling to racetrack, we build contenders.
Looking to move your mobile home? Need a roll-off dumpster at a competitive rate? Or maybe it's time to demo that old mobile home? Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport has you covered. We serve Central Illinois with reliable mobile home transport, offer affordable roll-off dumpsters for the Springfield area, and provide expert demolition services across Illinois and Missouri. For fast, friendly service, call Wayne Decker at 217-313-9744. That's 217-313-9744. Or find Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport on Facebook, your one-stop solution for mobile home services.
David, we want to let people know they can donate. We have several great donors here for us to be able on the air and keep this free on YouTube.
And we appreciate them so much. It's always been our goal since day one to keep this free, to keep the the entertainment and the races free for those who want to watch, for new fans, for old fans. And our donors help us do that. They've been so generous, for the last 3 years, helping us open up their pocketbooks and their hearts and giving us, what they can, and it really helps keep this thing moving.
All right, and with that, they can do that through Venmo, right? At Harness
Absolutely.
Tube on Venmo.
Venmo, PayPal at Harness Tube, or just send a good old-fashioned check.
Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
David, one of our new sponsors out there for us is Kerr Auction Company in Mount Sterling. You can call them at 217-242-9600 or check them out on the web at kerrauction.com. And you've checked out their app that they've got out.
I sure have. It's really really cool to be able to shop for any kind of farm equipment or any kind of big equipment like that, sitting right from your recliner. They have a really nice app, really slick, makes it really easy to do it. So, yeah, they've got a lot of auctions up on, we can see the screen here.
And they've got a whole crew up in Adrian, Minnesota for an auction. They'll have 2 rings going tomorrow.
Yep.
So you need to check them out tonight or during the race. You can do both at the same time.
Today, the 14th?
Is today the 14th?
Today's the 14th. I thought I saw Gina online.
Today. Oh, it is today. It's not tomorrow.
Yeah, Gina was doing her prep online on Facebook. So
that one's probably done by now. We'll have to change that slide for next week.
We'll update it.
But then Timewell, they've got the Scott Market retirement sale coming up on the 28th, the 29th. They've got an auction plus a tool sale auction. 2 auctions going on at once. August the 14th, the machinery management services sale. August 19th, the Kuhn equipment sale. When I said I was inventory reduction sale, I said last week that I was interested in that sale to see what was on it. And my wife said, "What are you interested in on that sale?"
Whatever they have.
Yeah. And I think that was, no, you're not really interested. You can look, but you can't buy.
You can't make an account to bid, is what she's saying?
Yeah, I think that's true. But check their auctions out online. You can see what the lots are with those auctions and see what's going on.
And if you're in the area, stop by. I just saw today, Gina was posting on Facebook, they had a little lemonade stand set up at the auction today doing pretty well. So how fun is that? Going to get you a glass of lemonade at the auction.
All right. And then one of our favorite things here is from the backstretch. Let us know that you're watching. Want a shout out on the air, just send us a message. We do that. David's here today, like last week when we were short. It was a little tougher. Still got a lot of those shout outs in, but we can do more of that today and with a full crew here. But
I think we're kind of on the front of a trend here. I was watching another fair broadcast the other day from Kentucky, and everyone was chiming in the chat saying where they were watching from. And I said, hey, that's the kind of thing we do. So, this whole idea is kind of catching on, people. We want the engagement. We want you to reach out, to get in the chat, to send emails. We want to give you shout-outs. We want, everyone to kind of be together in this horse race watching experience.
Yeah, you can do that through YouTube or every other thing that we had up there, but your favorite horse, last week it was your favorite
groom is what I have up there. I was thinking on the way over here, toss your favorite Illinois sire in the chat. It doesn't have to be a prominent one. Maybe one that your stable got along with or had some luck with a smaller local sire. Give me your favorite sires. We'll throw them up on the screen and talk about them.
Hey, and something new since he's up here tonight. What I can say on this, send us a video with your best Kurt Becker impression. Do that. With you calling a race, just send us your best Kurt Becker imitation.
I think everyone knows how hard that is, and
or let's throw it out there. Ed Teefee, Scott Beal,
absolutely.
Send us out there, but tell us who it is. Really,
it's not as easy as it looks, and once you start putting words to what you're watching, you realize that out. You feel like figured it out.
You might get the voice down, you might get some of the things down, but calling the race that style is going to be
exactly. Repeating catchphrases is one thing, but putting together thoughts and thinking about what's happening and coming next is where it's gets kind of tongue tied and cumbersome. But we're so lucky in Illinois. We have such great announcers.
I think we've got about one more break here, David, but I'm so glad to see that your sons are involved with things. This next one up, Harrison made this commercial, I believe.
He's liking it. He thinks this is kind of cool, so I'm pretty proud.
All right, so with that, we'll go to a commercial. We'll be right back.
Do you like to watch horse racing?
Yeah.
Do you not want to pay money for a stupid horse racing channel?
Yeah.
Are you sadly allergic to horses and you can't see them?
Yeah.
Well, introducing Harness Tube, established 2023.
Hey, I need to try this out.
You can watch it at your son's ball game. Let's go, son! You can watch it while eating. Last but not least, you can watch it while you're sleeping. Yay, my worst one. Now everybody, make sure you like and subscribe to Harness Tube and keep the notifications on for more Harness Tube streams or future videos or future posts. Anything that I care for. Anything at all. Even if it's just like a 1-second video of a horse doing a backflip. I don't know. But you get the point. So, I hope this video is very informational. And thank you for watching. Peace out.
Make plans now to attend the 27th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale, which takes place on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Once again this year, the catalog will offer not only a strong lineup of Illinois conceived and foaled yearlings, but also an excellent supporting cast of colts and fillies eligible to other state-bred programs in the Midwest and on the Eastern Seaboard. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 1st, beginning at 11 a.m. Central.
All right, David, we're back here as we get ready for the first race that'll be coming off here. We'll be starting here in just a few minutes. Full card for you tonight, 14 races involved. And you can stay with us on Harness Tube and watch all 14 races. Want to encourage you that if you can get out to a county fair to do that, let's talk about some handicapping here in this first race.
Sure. We didn't get a guest picker today, so we're just going to go with my picks on this one. I went 3-2-4. We used Calico Sunset on top. This horse just been kind of consistent lately, showing nice miles. My second choice was Super Sage. John Fletcher always has these fair horses nice and tight. And my third choice went to the 4, Fox Valley Canasta, for Mikey Cox and Jamaica Patton.
Well, Lisa went kind of the same way that you did, only with the 1 in the third spot, my 409.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And so with that, I went with the 3 also, but I went with the 1 in second place.
The 94th Farmer City DeWitt County Fair. We get set to go harness racing here this evening. Big card, 14 races with a 5:30 post time. Makes for an interesting situation as we will not only have horses racing each other, but we will in a way be racing against the clock. Haven't checked exactly when sunset is this evening, but point being, we got a lot of racing to get done and a short time to do it. But it's good to have you with us here tonight. Time now for our pre-race ceremonies. At this time, we ask that you would please rise as you are able for our national anthem as we get set for racing here at Farmer City. The Lee Greenwood version of our national anthem, and that means we're ready to go racing. Folks, great to have you with us here tonight. Of course, Brent Cordis will be your master of ceremonies in the grandstand this evening. Good to welcome Brent back this year, as he is someone who made his debut here 1 year ago and returns in the role of MC, and of course has a lot of other involvement with the fair here at DeWitt County. Master of ceremonies for the Queen Pageant, so good to have Brent back with us. Brent, good to be working with you again.
All right, David, we can talk a few moments here as we get ready to go here. One thing I want to note in race one, my 409, Aaron Martin driving that horse. He's starting to get more drives for Darla Martin Lohman.
Yeah, it's good to see him get some drives out there. This is a horse he owns himself. He's getting in the game, and we love seeing young horsemen. Aaron being 29 years old, getting his foot in the door. But he's he knows what horse is. Grew up under his dad, David Martin, his aunt Darla Martin Lohman. So, and his grandpa and grandma has been a horse family. So we should have some luck in this sport. Hopefully, if he keeps his nose down and does all right.
And as we said before, that harness racing, as far as youth coming into it, is really doing well in the current market that we're in. We see a lot of young people having an interest not only in driving, and that's usually where you used to see them, or used to see them in the barn first.
Right,
But as far as driving's concerned, but also training.
We have an opportunity in Illinois with some opportunities for drives and trainerships, and some young guys are taking that opportunity, really with both hands, and doing quite well out here, getting lots of mounts, getting live mounts. And as you start getting those drives and those miles under your belt, you get better and better, horses. And that's really what kind of makes or breaks a driver.
Absolutely. As we get ready to go here, kind of a different situation. We're up in the booth tonight with Kurt. We'd been downstairs before. We're up here. It's nice. We've got a nice view up here of the track and what's going on. Lisa's up on the catwalk. She's not really super enthused about that. She's not a height person, and we're getting older, but she's going to give you a good view there. We've a unique thing with the camera there. We strapped her a little closer to the rail so that you can get a better shot there. But the judges and the timer and everybody are over across the track from us here this evening. Yeah,
they're the infield judges stand there, really tall building on telephone poles. There's a crowd of them over there, but the horses might be coming for the post parade. Are we getting out there? No, who's that? No. Someone on the track I just saw. Anyway, sorry about that.
Yep.
First of our 14 races this evening, the Illinois Standardbred Association 2-year-old filly Pace, First Division, a purse of $1,576. Race day payout, $707 and change. What we do is this evening, the horsemen get their portion of the purse, essentially what they've already paid into it through stakes payments and nominations and so forth, and the balance of the purse will be paid out once all the paperwork is processed through the Illinois Department of Agriculture. We do appreciate their hard work in coordinating these races each year across the state. Let's meet the starters. Number 1 is My 409, owned by Aaron Martin of Marion, Dr. Robert Lacey of Nokomis, trained by Darla Martin Lohman. Her nephew, Aaron Martin, is in the bike. 2 is Super Sage, owned by Nan Turner of Argenta, trained by John Fletcher, the driver Mike Rogers. 3, Calico Sunset, is owned and trained by Leroy Hunt, who comes to us out of Jackson, Tennessee. And the driver has been changed, and it'll be Matt Avenatti. Matt Avenatti on number 3, Calico Sunset. Archie Buford will be off his mounts here this evening. And number 4 is Fox Valley Canasta, owned by Gary Achenbaugh, Eastman, Wisconsin. Jamaica Patton of Rochester, Illinois, trained by Jamaica Patton. The driver is Mike Cox. Headed to the gate for the first race. We mentioned Archie Buford is off his mounts tonight, but let's also clarify everything is fine. In fact, it's a happy occasion. As we understand it, there is a member of Archie's family which has given birth to a child, and he wanted to be with the family, so we commend him for that decision, and we look forward to seeing Archie back on the Illinois Fair Circuit as soon as his schedule will allow. Headed to the gate for race 1, the 2-year-old filly Pace, First Division.
And a driver change, David, that was a late one coming in there, Matt Avenatti.
Yep, Matt on the 3. Calico, which is my pick anyway. I'll take Matt any day. That's all right.
One thing I want to mention tonight is Lane Avenatti is here, and him and David have seats downstairs. They're going to send us pictures of the view from their seats because they're inside the between the rail and the fence.
I just sent you a picture. Wyatt sent me one. So the
really?
Yeah, the whole Avenatti family is tuned in or watching in one way or the other.
Did you send that email or
text?
Text. Okay, super. We'll get that out there and available as a. You can have a watch party at the track, and you can have us on all at the same time, and do those things there as we wait for that screenshot to come up there.
And I can't say it enough. If you're watching at home, invite somebody over. If your neighbor's out in the yard, call them in. Offer them a cold glass
beverage.
of, I was going to say lemonade, but yeah, just inform them. Let them ask questions. Let the curiosity go. We'd be surprised how much people like this sport.
Well, I'm looking here, David. I've got a picture from you of the inside of a car.
Can you see on the screen there?
Oh, yeah.
Watching on the way home from Oak Grove.
See if we can't
we'll toss it back to Kurt, though. I'm bringing us down.
All right.
First race lined up, ready to go. Here they come. First of our 14 races. To the cheers of the crowd here at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair, they are often racing in our first event here this evening on this Monday night card as they swing around the first turn side by side for the lead. Calico Sunset, the 2-year-old pacing filly that will emerge with the advantage. 3/4 of a length as Super Sage will go second, then a gap of 7 more lengths back to Fox Valley Canasta and nearly 10 more back of that one to the first-time starter, My 409. And let's cut her some slack. This is the first time that number 1, My 409, has ever seen the starting gate, and Aaron Martin is going to let her settle down at the back of the field and get some racing experience here tonight as they move on by the quarter-mile mark. We will recap the fractions and the final time as soon as we wrap up with each race here this evening. After 3/8 of a mile in the opener, it is Super Sage who leads it. Super Sage on top for owner Nan Turner and trainer John Fletcher and driver Mike Rogers here in the opener. Still one circuit to go in this opening event as Calico Sunset goes second, and then a gap of 3.5 more lengths back to Fox Valley Canasta in third, and then a margin of still nearly 10 more back to My 409 as they move on by the half-mile mark and swing back down into the third of 4 turns in this 1-mile journey. So Super Sage is the leader for Mike Rogers in the red, white, and black driving colors, although stalked every step of the way by Calico Sunset and Matt Avenatti in the white and blue silks. Then a gap of now 8 more lengths back to Fox Valley Canasta, Mike Cox in the blue, gold, and tan, and the distant trailer, My 409, with Aaron Martin in the brown and gold as they work their way up the back straightaway here on this historic half-mile racetrack and work their way by the 3/4. Challenge and change for the lead. Calico Sunset, number 3, is your new leader, folks, as they move midway on the final turn, moves up on the outside and leads it by 1.5 lengths. Super Sage is still there, but second along the inside lane. The other 2 are far back. They turn for home. Calico Sunset made the move to take the lead at the 3/4 mile mark and then drew clear down the stretch. Calico Sunset, Matt Avenatti in the race bike to win the opener at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair. Won it by 6 lengths on the line with Super Sage home second, then a gap of about 20 more lengths back to Fox Valley Canasta, who comes home in third, and My 409 in that career debut will complete the journey in the 4th position. We'll recap everything, and we'll be playing Pick a Winner here shortly. Good to have you with us on this Monday evening.
All right, David, nice race there. 3-2 for the finish. As we take a look there, David gets the trifecta right out of the gate. Lisa's going to get 15 points. Steve's just going to collect 12 on that. So,
at least we're all over 10, though, right?
Yeah, as opposed to last week when hardly anybody was getting 10 points.
It was 2 and 3, yeah. That was a good race for sure. Matt picking up the win. There comes Leroy Hunt, track side for his winner. It's kind of easy to hit that trifecta whenever you got a 4-horse field and one horse is making a first lifetime start, right? That kind of makes my picking pretty narrow.
It does. Lisa gets a shot of the
Down
winner.
trackside, here is the winner of our first race, the Illinois Standardbred Association 2-year-old filly Pace. How about a hand for this filly, Calico Sunset? The winner is owned and trained by Leroy Hunt, who comes to us from Jackson, Tennessee. Brian Chupp, the breeder. The Chupp family stands Kronos at stud, the sire of this 2-year-old pacing filly. As this filly comes from only his second crop, he was a horse that won $100,000 himself. And the first race is official. And we will take a look right now at the full field rundown for this first event. From the top of the page, my 409 finished 4th. Super Sage, the runner-up. Calico Sunset, the winner for driver Matt Avenatti. And Fox Valley Canasta finished 3rd. The opening quarter in 31 seconds. The first half mile, 1:03 and 1. 3 quarters in 1:36. The time for the mile, 2:05 flat. Nice last quarter in 29 seconds. Again, 31 at the quarter, 1:03 and 1 at the half, 1:36 flat at the 3 quarters, the mile in 2:05, and it reads down 4:2:13. Second race is on the way. The driver of number 2, Trevor's Aristocrat, will be Cornelius Cavett. Number 2, Trevor's Aristocrat, Cornelius Cavett will be the driver. You pick a winner, players. Let's bring you up to speed. A couple of early scratches in the card. If you would, turn to race 3. In that third race, scratch the 4, Captain Abraham. That's the third race. Scratch the 4, Captain Abraham. Then if you would turn to the fourth event, scratch the 2, Fox Valley Cassidy. That's the fourth race. Scratch the 2, Fox Valley Cassidy. Let's go ahead, and we don't want to... it's always frustrating if you play Pick a Winner and no one ever announced the scratches. So let's go ahead and look at race 9. If you would turn to the 9th race, scratch the 1, Exhibition, and scratch the 2, Shady Maple Becky. That's the 9th race. Scratch the 1, Exhibition, and scratch the 2, Shady Maple Becky. Turning to the 10th race. In race 10, scratch the 2, Ranging Motion. The 10th race, scratch the 2, Ranging Motion. Race number 11. Scratch the 5, Lose Interceptor. Race 11, scratch the 5, Lose Interceptor. Then if you would turn to the 12th race. In the 12th event, scratch the 4, Mock Diesel, and scratch the 6, La Parka. That's the 12th race. Scratch the 4, Mock Diesel, and scratch the 6, La Parka. 13th race. Scratch the 4, Hype Your Bestie Up. That's the 13th race. Scratch the 4, Hype Your Bestie Up. The 14th and final race, no scratches to report at this time in race number 14. Also, we do want to take a moment and acknowledge the fact that, as a number of you are well aware, there was a racehorse barn which regrettably caught fire at the Coles County Fairgrounds over the weekend. The stable of Chris and Jill Brown was particularly hard hit by that fire. Now, we want to emphasize that the folks in Coles County, the horsemen have told us it was amazing, the job that was done by the first responders in containing the fire, and the fact that so many people volunteered, folks who lived in the neighborhood, horsemen from other communities, just an incredible outpouring of support. And one of those means of support is a GoFundMe account, which has been established at GoFundMe.com. A horsewoman from Martinsville by the name of Cassidy Witten established the account. If you go to GoFundMe.com, and if you are so led to donate, all you have to do is go to GoFundMe.com, and in the search field, enter Support Brown Racing. In the search field, enter Support Brown Racing. That will direct you to that particular GoFundMe. Folks have been very generous. The goal is $6,500, and as of about 2 o'clock this afternoon, that account was about halfway toward that goal. So while the circumstance which created the situation, yes, it was regrettable, at the same time, the outpouring of support from racing fans and the horsemen's community, as the horsemen in Coles County have told us, it has been just nothing short of amazing to see how folks have rallied to support those who have been affected by that situation. With that said, we are headed toward race 2, the second division of the 2-year-old filly pace.
Avenatti Racing, a third-generation, family-run stable with a legacy of excellence. Centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs, Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing top-performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email avenattiracing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing, from yearling to racetrack, we build contenders.
All right, David, as we take some time here before race 2 to turn around and do some talking about our schedule coming up.
Sure.
As we got a full week next week, or a partial week next week, 3 race dates next week on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Paris, Urbana, Lewiston, and then the following week, the Altamont, Charleston, and Brown County fairs going on. So we want to share that with you. Also want to share with you a picture sent to us by
Wyatt
Avenatti. And it looks like we're on the screen in the car.
on the truck, yeah. Wyatt's following along from his truck coming home from Oak Grove right now. They had to race down in Kentucky, and we're just making their way back right now and tuning into Harness Tube via their truck. Well, I guess probably just streaming it from the phone, but still pretty cool.
Pretty cool. As we go into race 2, let's take a look at race 2 here, David. As far as the handicapping is concerned, it looks like you and I both picked the 3-1-4 on this race.
Yep. Once again, another 4-horse field. I'm using the horse that maybe hasn't show the most, I don't know, fastest times on here, not using that one. So I went 3-1-4 using Bet on the Jet on top. That horse shows 2 wins on the card. Moving on top to Matt Avenatti's April Sunlight IYQ for second. She's hit the board, most of her starts on the card here, so it's just consistency is promising there. Showing the last quarter in 27-3. She can throw speed if need be. My third choice, the 4, Streaking at Midnight for Clark Fairley and Tom T. Tetrick from Jeff. 2 starts, not missed the board. Just a good, solid, fair horse coming around and making their at the right time. So where are you guys at?
Well, I did the same as you did, 3-1-4. Lisa did 3-1-2. She said, I can't have a horse in the show named Stevie and not have it place someplace. That's a great way to pick horses.
Well, I think we're on race 2. There's no Stevie in this race.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. All right.
I was like, Trevor's Aristocrat. Like, did you change your name?
Trevor's Aristocrat. I'm sorry. I got on the wrong page. My wife will tell you that happens all the time.
She's got to make up points on us, right?
I'm on the wrong page all the time. We'll be back with Kurt.
Horses are on the track for race number 2, the second division of the Illinois Standardbred Association 2-year-old filly pace. Purse of $1,601. There are no scratches in race 2. A reminder, the driver of number 2, Trevor's Aristocrat, is Cornelius Cavett. Let's meet the starters as they parade to the post here in front of the stands. Number 1 is April Sunlight IYQ, owned by Milton Greer of Jackson, Tennessee, trained by Leroy Hunt. And the driver is Matt Avenatti. So as they head to the gate for race 2, we'll see if that combination of trainer Leroy Hunt and Matt Avenatti can go back-to-back and win the early double, so to speak, by taking this fair dedication race. We'll soon find out. 2 is Trevor's Aristocrat, owned by the Flacco family farms of Alexis. Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, Rick and Tabby Flacco, trained by Jill Brown, the driver Cornelius Cavett. 3, Bet on the Jet, owned by Christopher Spann of Canton, Mississippi, trained by Freddie Patton Jr., the driver Jordan Patton. And 4 is Streaking at Midnight, owned by T. Tetrick of Jeff and trained and driven by Clark Fairley. Bet on the Jet, number 3, the only horse in the lineup here in race 2, the only filly in this lineup who has won prior to tonight's card, and she is batting .500, 3 wins in 6 starts. This reminder, tonight's live stream is provided by our friends at Harness Tube. So if you want to follow along, all you have to do is just go to youtube.com. And once you're there, just enter Harness Tube in the search field. That will direct you to the Harness Tube channel. Tonight's broadcast being anchored by Steve Surratt and also David Brink. And Lisa Surratt is positioned on the balcony right outside the broadcast booth. And she is operating the camera, as always, here this evening. Just heard a discussion on the Harness Tube channel about picking winners. And the discussion came up about picking winners by the name of the horse. Got to tell you, sometimes that's a better system than all the numbers. And I don't know how many of you, when you go to the races, you pick the horse you think's going to win by how much you like the name of the given horse. But there are times that works out better than crunching all those crazy numbers in the track program. Headed to the post, race 2. Top of the stretch, race 2, the fair dedication race. 2-year-old pacing fillies. 94th Farmer City DeWitt County Fair, and harness racing, a long-time tradition at this fair. What a raceway this is. The complex got the stock car track on the infield. Good to have you with us here on this Monday evening. Here they come. And once again, to the cheers of the crowd, they are off and pacing. There goes Trevor's Aristocrat, who quickly grabs the racetrack and gets over along the inside lane to save some ground. Bet on the Jet, the favorite, is moving up on the outside, though, and Bet on the Jet moves by and takes the lead from Trevor's Aristocrat in second. April Sunlight, IYQ, is racing in third, and Streaking at Midnight is last of the 4 as they head up the backstretch, racing toward the quarter-mile mark. Bet on the Jet, your leader. Bet on the Jet, that's the horse we talked about as they were heading to the gate. That filly, a 3-time winner in 6 outings this year. Everybody else in this lineup looking for a first career victory. That includes Trevor's Aristocrat, who is in second position as they go single file around the turn in the shadow of I-74. April Sunlight, IYQ, who's back there in the third spot, and Streaking at Midnight, last of the 4, but right there with the other 3 after 3/8 of a mile. They work their way past the stands here at Farmer City as Jordan Patton looks over his shoulder and keeps an eye on where the competition is, and the competition is a length away in the form of Trevor's Aristocrat. Here comes April Sunlight, IYQ, moving up on the outside, down to challenge for the second position as they move back into the turn and head toward the 3/4, and Streaking at Midnight is fourth, but within 4 lengths of the lead. Everybody still has a shot here as they make the bend onto the backstretch and pass the stable area once again. Bet on the Jet leads it, and April Sunlight, IYQ, is inching forward second, just off the leader's flank, just over a quarter mile to go as they race toward the final turn. Trevor's Aristocrat is in third, and Streaking at Midnight last of the 4, and still some 3.5 lengths off the lead. They work their way midway down the final turn with Bet on the Jet still the one to catch and still leading it by a length and a half. April Sunlight, IYQ is second. Streaking at Midnight swings to the far outside to challenge for third, and then Trevor's Aristocrat is back toward the inside now in fourth. It is Bet on the Jet challenged here by April Sunlight, IYQ, and how about Streaking at Midnight? Streaking at Midnight's coming late on the far outside. Down to the wire, it is Streaking at Midnight who rallies on the grandstand side to win it by a head. Streaking at Midnight, first career victory with a big rally down the far outside. Just does get up over April Sunlight, IYQ, followed by Bet on the Jet. The favorite will taste defeat here this evening, and Trevor's Aristocrat last of the 4. We'll meet the winner in just a moment. Again, unofficially, in that mile, the 4, Streaking at Midnight, rallies from the far outside for the win.
Another exciting race, Steve. I was way off. I think
4-1-2.
Clark shocked everybody there, didn't he, with the streaking at midnight for Tom Tetrick? That was a nice move on the outside, coming right down the stretch there, beating the prohibitive favorite, as well as Matt Evanetti and April Sunlight IYQ putting a good move to take the lead late stretch, but not quite good enough to hold off streaking at midnight.
Well, we got 11 points, you and I did, because we picked we picked the second place horse and one other one in the box. Lisa, she got, it was, what was it, 4-1-3? So she is 11 points is what she got. Everybody got 11 points on that. So
that's not right.
Folks, this is a filly
right?
no one wanted to buy. She went through the auction ring on Labor Day last year at the Illini Classic in Springfield, and she did not meet her reserve price. Mr. T. Tetrick, the owner and breeder, he said, I know what I want for this filly. It was very reasonable. If memory serves, it was less than $5,000. Nobody wanted her, folks. Guess what? I bet they would like to have her now. How about a hand for the winner, streaking at midnight? And the gentleman who handles the training and driving chores here this evening, Clark Fairley, comes to us from his home in Lerna in Coles County, and he is the superintendent of speed and the director of racing for the Coles County Fair. And I know a few nights ago that Clark was on the scene when the barn fire erupted that we talked about, and Clark emphasized to us, he said, I can't say enough about our fellow horsemen and the first responders, everybody who pitched in to help people living in the neighborhood. So Clark Fairley, to you and the entire gang in Coles County and the Brown Stable, everyone impacted, we know it has been a very difficult last few days, but resilience is such a key part of harness racing. Clark, to you, the Browns, and the entire gang in Coles County, we're behind you. Congratulations, Clark Fairley, with the winning drive. Here's the full field rundown. It is official for that second race. April Sunlight IYQ was the runner-up. Trevor's Aristocrat finished fourth. Bet on the Jet was third, and Streakin' at Midnight was the winner. The opening quarter, 31-3, the half in 104, 3/4 in 135, and the mile in 206. Again, 31-3, 104 flat, 135 flat, 206 flat. It reads down 2-4-3-1. The winner, a 2-year-old daughter of Fort Knox out of Park Lane Dream by Arts Place. Third race is on the way. Scratch the 4, Captain Abraham. As we put the bow on the fair dedication race, Brent Cordes, as the saying goes, even if nobody else believes in you, never give up on yourself. And that winning filly, I mean, on Labor Day, T. Tetrick shook his head. He said, man, I really believe that's a nice filly. I think the reserve I put on her is reasonable. Nobody wanted to take her home, but I'll bet T's phone will be ringing pretty soon.
Another good race, David.
Absolutely there.
As we get ready for race 3, the finish rate 2, they've got the times up there for you as we're separated between us and the timing people, so those are coming post-race for you today. And so, again, everybody on our team got 11 points that time, so again, at least we got double figures, right?
Exactly right.
As opposed to the other day. We're going to take a quick commercial break, then we'll be back to talk about race 3.
Looking to move your mobile home? Need a roll-off dumpster at a competitive rate? Or maybe it's time to demo that old mobile home? Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport has you covered. We serve Central Illinois with reliable mobile home transport, offer affordable roll-off dumpsters for the Springfield area, and provide expert demolition services across Illinois and Missouri. For fast, friendly service, call Wayne Decker at 217 313 217-313-9744. That's 217-313-9744. Or find Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport on Facebook, your one-stop solution for mobile home services.
Sorry about that, David. Go ahead and repeat what you just said. If you can remember
what was I saying?
I don't know.
I don't remember what I was talking about.
All right. Well, talking about harness racing in the past, send us those.
Yeah, we talked about the chats with what we were working off of, weren't we?
Yep.
We had John in the chat. I'll go ahead and super chat her again. Said she's back. She had so much fun last time. She wanted to watch again, and that's kind of the idea. Is that we're all watching this together. We're all sharing stories and competition of picking against each other. This is what makes it fun. All the engagement. Matt Cox was in the chat talking about his favorite local stud was Stone Racer. I remember lots of those coming through the Mount Sterling Fairgrounds there. The Bowen Barn had tons of those horses. I think he stood for Rudy Hendricks there in Camp Point. But, we love your chats. We love your engagement. We love your photos, all that kind of stuff.
Well, and Nathan came up the other day, and maybe between Kurt and you can remember this. I can't remember the gentleman's first name. I remember his brother. But a Thompson out of Virginia, Illinois, I believe it was.
Norm?
Probably. Richie Thompson's brother.
Oh, yeah.
Big into ownership. Retired now, supposedly back in.
There's the Thompson Racing's back in for Stevie Halford. Yeah, they're getting back in. That's the Arcadia class of horses.
Okay.
Absolutely.
The Arcadia boys, yes.
The Thompson family, they go way back.
Yeah, and so those are the things that come up when people
exactly those connections are still out there,
and so we'd love to hear those memories. Maybe somebody you've lost track of, you want to know whether they're still in racing. Tell you what, I have two of the most intellectual guys in harness racing and to my left and to my right, and if you throw something out there, I bet I can find the answer.
Well, I bet I'm going to ask Kurt myself.
It's like I have two Wikipedias at my disposal up here.
Kurt's the best. If I had half the knowledge he had, I would be a good start. But you know what? You're right. It's a study of the game. It's loving all the details and the people and the stories. That's what makes it fun to share that with somebody else. Is you find those stories, you find those pieces of information that are exciting or worthwhile, and pass them along to the friends. That's what makes Kurt so great.
Well, I tell you what. Let's handicap this real quick.
Sure.
Let's get Fat Man. Okay. Well, Fat Man's not here tonight, is he?
He went by right up there.
Yeah, okay, we just changed right earlier. But everybody went for the same horses in this race, just boxing a little different. You and I are exactly the same, so I'm never going to catch you if you keep looking at my picks and
that's what
my horses.
Lisa keeps doing. Lisa looks at it and says, all right, I need to make up some points, so at least box them and try to shuffle up some.
Yeah, she went 1-5-3. You and I both went 1-3-5 with one scratch. And so as we get ready for race 3, again, a total of 14 races on the card for you this evening. Beautiful evening here in Farmer City.
We've got Peter in the chat, says he likes the 3-horse. We have a differing opinion going for smoking them some stars to win this for the Kevin Miller barn.
Okay.
That probably will be
good driver. The horse has been
I think
really
that's Matt, because Wyatt just sent us the picture. It looks like it's Matt out there.
Okay. And that may be all right in mine. Nope. I need to change that in that 3.
Third race this evening at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair is the Illinois Standardbred Association 2-year-old colt and gelding Pace. As they get ready to form the post parade, this will be the final post parade of the evening, by the way. We talked about the fact we got a lot of races to get completed in a short time to get there. Sunset is at 8:23 p.m. and it's already 6:09 p.m. We got a long way to go, as this is just our third of 14 races. So, horsemen, no more post parades after this third race. Beginning in race 4, and then for the balance of the card, once the field is on the track, we will be sending you straight to the starting gate. So, with that said, let's enjoy the final post parade of the night as they now work their way around the turn and back toward the front stretch. Number 1, Incredible Stevie, is owned by Nan Turner of Argenta, trained and driven by Mike Rogers. 2 is Rock On Stevie, owned by Aaron Martin of Marion, Dr. Robert Lacey of Nokomis, trained by Darla Martin Lohman. The driver is Aaron Martin. Number 3, Smoking Them Some Stars. Matt Avenatti drives for Kevin Miller, the trainer. Kevin is the co-owner with Daryl Miller. They come to us from Arthur. Lester Detweiler is also an owner. He is from Sullivan. And Andrew Miller of Sydney, also part of that partnership as well. 4 is Scratch, Captain Abraham Scratch. Completing the field, number 5 is Captain Better, owned by Torres Tucker of Brandon, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, and the driver is Jaquavian Carter. Favorite in this race would appear to be number 1, Incredible Stevie, with 4 wins and 3 runner-up finishes in 7 starts. Incidentally, Incredible Stevie's first dam, Incredible Filly, won right here at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair when she was a 2-year-old back in 2012. And Big Sister Filly's Revenge was a winner here just last year in 2:01-1. So, some pressure. Incredible Stevie's got some famous family to live up to and some family members that have raced very well at the Farmer City Fair. Let's see if she can, or he, I should say, can keep it going here in race number 3. Headed to the post in just a moment.
David, I'll check, see whether you have any other things out there or chats that people have sent us out here.
Nope, just Peter liking the 3-horse. I've been in looking at some results and stuff on my phone, trying to get some news, but nothing relative to the race. We got Stevie over there getting an equipment adjustment. Looks like he might be... Something was hooked on the line there, looks like. JJ's helping Mikey get something fixed on his equipment for the 1-horse Incredible Stevie.
Great picture there by Lisa with the camera. Those are the shots that you get because she's looking for that shot during the race, either them coming out of the horse barns. We don't have the sit around the outside here, other than we've got some people in trucks around some of the corner here, but a lot of places where they've got some shade, we will find the horsemen congregated there and get some great family shots. In fact, I've said this a couple of times, my Patton Sr., my last memory of him is Decatur taking a shot last year of him sitting under the shade tree in his wheelchair, I believe.
Yeah, he had that little push along.
That little push along, sitting down there watching the races. And those are the memories that you get, folks, when you come to harness races and you get involved with harness racing. You get memories that will last a lifetime.
Absolutely.
Horses are at the post and the gate is rolling. Steve Surratt and David Brink just reminiscing about the late Freddie Patton Sr., who was laid to rest just a couple of weeks ago in his home state of Mississippi. Absolutely a gentleman and someone that certainly made an impact on the game of harness racing. Right now, we are off and pacing in race number 3 here at Farmers City. They're going to stack up 3 wide, now double wide for the lead into the first turn. As Incredible Stevie will benefit from the inside starting spot and save some ground and leads it by 3/4 of a length around the turn. Rock On Stevie is racing in second position. Smoking Them Some Stars is racing along in third. And then it's Captain Better, last of the 4. As they straighten out, they will go nose to tail for the move up the backstretch toward the quarter-mile mark. Incredible Stevie and Rock On Stevie, The two Stevies, they go 1-2 as they race on by the quarter-mile station and head on up to the far turn and work their way toward the 3/8 mile mark. Incredible Stevie leading Rock On Stevie by a length and a half, now by 2 lengths clear, at least at this early juncture in race 3. And then further back, Smoking Them Some Stars is taking to the outside and looks to move up from third now to challenge for the second position. Here comes Smoking Them Some Stars, who's moving up on the outside for Matt Avenatti, who's looking for his second win on the card and is now just off the leader's flank with Smoking Them Some Stars, moving alongside of Incredible Stevie. Here comes Captain Better from the back, trying to challenge for that third spot. Rock On Stevie still has that third position, though, as they race back around the turn and approach the 5/8 mile mark. It is Incredible Stevie who has the lead. Incredible Stevie leads it for Mike Rogers 3/4 of a length. Smoking Them Some Stars is second up on the outside by 3/4 of a length as they go toward the 3/4 mile mark. Rock On Stevie third by a length, and Captain Better is last of the 4 as these 4 juvenile pacers now move on by the 3/4 mile mark, waiting to see if anybody can do anything with Incredible Stevie. So far, the answer, absolutely not. Incredible Stevie leads it, and the lead is widening. It's out to 3 lengths. Now it's out to 4. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go. Captain Better has moved up to take second. Now let's see if Captain Better can do anything with Incredible Stevie. Already they're in the home stretch. There's a 16th to go. There's 3 lengths between them. Incredible Stevie's in front. A final try, though, from Captain Better. Incredible Stevie, Captain Better. Captain Better gets up in the final stride to win it by a neck. Captain Better. Folks, that is amazing. We have just seen back-to-back last-to-first rallies resulting in victories here at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair. And in this case, it's number 5, Captain Better, getting up in the final stride for Jaquavian Carter. We will recap it for you in just a moment.
Well, David, I said as that one was going on that it was going to be a good race, and it was a fantastic finish there, wasn't it?
I think talking about Grandpa Patton, might have been some good luck that rubbed off there on Jaquavian. Got a nice trip, a nice win to nose out the big favorite, Incredible Stevie, there in today's third race. So congratulations, all the connections.
Absolutely, as just a wonderful, wonderful race there as you see the unofficial stats out of there. Let's see, 135, and it was 5-1-2. So guess what? We all got 2 points on that. That's all we got on that.
That's not very much, but we'll take it.
Yeah, nobody made any ground up. Nobody helped anybody out there. But 2 points apiece for a box, part of the box there.
You know, we talked about how much Freddie Patton Sr. meant to the sport, and let alone the sport in this state of Illinois. We talked about it, but we can't state it enough. There would not be horse racing in the state without Freddie Patton Sr. coming up from Mississippi 30 years ago and bringing the multitude of family members, you know, from that stable up to the Prairie State to race here year after year, and even some of them move up here and make permanent residence. So our hats tipped off to the Patton stable, but definitely Freddie Patton Sr.
Jaquavian Carter, one of our young stars coming up here, 20 years old. And just enjoy watching these young drivers out here.
Yeah, you know, that's how they get the confidence built up. You get in drives like these in shorter fields where you can stay close and hunt them and pick up the pieces at the end, and that's just, you know, it's a lot of fun for a young man like that, and it's going to just do nothing but make him a better driver.
Well, David, you've been a driver and still are a driver.
I'm licensed.
You're licensed to be a driver. We'll put it that way. But the good part about the county fair circuit is not only for these horses to learn, but for these young drivers to come up with strategy. I know when you're in a big game, it's really tough to figure out the nuances that you need to do, where I need to pull back, where I need, you know, to let the horse run. And the 4-horse, 5-horse, even 6-horse fields allow these young drivers to learn.
Yep.
Well, folks, returning in front of the stands, another last to first winner. How about a hand for number 5, Captain Better? The time for the mile, 2:05 3/5 of a second. 2:05 3. There's the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair banner down trackside. Kurt Homan is our fair president and our superintendent of speed. The winner, Captain Better, is owned by Torres Tucker of Brandon, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, driven by Jaquavian Carter, 20 years of age, made his career debut as a harness driver last year here on the Illinois Fair Circuit. He won in his first career drive, and he just keeps adding on the victories. Congratulations, Jaquavian, your winning driver here in Race 3. Here's the full field rundown for that third race. Incredible Stevie was the runner-up. Rock On Stevie was third. Smoking Them Some Stars finished fourth. Captain Abraham was scratched, and Captain Better the winner. The quarter in 32 seconds, the half in 1:04, 3/4 in 1:35, and the time for the mile 2:05 and 3/5. It reads down 2:34, scratch 1. The winning 2-year-old, a colt by Captain Trevor out of Zaleen Bayama by Better's Delight, bred by Laverne Diener, and winning for the second time in his young career, Captain Better. Fourth race coming up, scratch number 2, Fox Valley Cassidy. Number 2, Fox Valley Cassidy is scratched. Please note, contrary to the program, the driver for the 1 tough class will be Jacob Radel. Jacob Radel will be the driver in the upcoming 4th race for number 1 tough class. One other note to pass along. We were talking about the way the racetrack is playing. The track crew does such a good job here. It's eerie how similar it is to the job they do with that infield quarter-mile high-bank stock car track. If you ever come to the stock car races here, you can see drivers win not only from the top groove of the racetrack, you will see drivers that can advance position and win from any groove on the racetrack. That's what we always hear from the stock car drivers, just how fair the track plays. So when the same track crew then sets its sights on the half-mile harness track, we're seeing the same thing there. Even if you have to come from off the pace, the footing is good in each lane of the racetrack, and it works out well when you've got to come from off the pace and you've got to swing way out to those center or even outside lanes down this home stretch. One other note, when Clark Fairley won the second race tonight, and he came from last to first, he told us a story earlier today, Brent. Clark said that he won a race here about 10 years ago, and his granddaughter, Hayden, was here for that win. And she was quite young at the time, and she rode on the race bike with Clark back to the stable area, and she told her grandfather she was glad that he won, but what she didn't like was his horse went right to the front and led every step of the way. So Hayden told her grandpa, she said, you know, in the future, how about you come from last and pass all the other horses? Brent, that's exactly what Grandpa Clark did in that second race earlier tonight.
All right, David, again, good racing there. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Kerr Auction is your trusted source for ag equipment, attachments, construction gear, trucks, trailers, and hard-to-find parts. With live and online auctions at KerrAuction.com, you can bid from anywhere, field, job site, or front porch. From big equipment to small parts. If you need it, Kerr Auction has it. Don't miss your next deal. Check out KerrAuction.com today. Kerr Auction, built for the working world.
All right, David, we want to invite people to interact with us from the backstretch. Here's one of the things. I would like for people to send us the first where and when was their first harness racing race that they went to. We're going to find some tracks that are no longer in existence, but
As we found out in Knoxville, they did race at Olney. Jill Brown was so nice to tell us that years and years ago they did race at Olney. So let's share.
So what got you hooked, and maybe who was the horse that won?
Or the horseman, or the owner, or the horse's name that you remember from the back in the day.
What's the place that got you hooked?
Absolutely.
What got you hooked in harness?
And I tell you what, it could be the stable. For some harness folks, it's the stable out there in the morning, and the coffee, and the horses, and cleaning stalls, and just the peacefulness.
Absolutely. I mean, just a lot of different things there for us to take a look at here. As I got the slide in the wrong spot, and I want to get it up in here so that we can show this next slide, because this is what we're talking about, folks. We love getting these pictures out here of the people who are out there watching us live. There we go. Finally got it up.
There we go. We've got H. Finn, Harold H. Finn's stable watching from the backstretch because you know what? Nap times are important, and sometimes they get in the way of watching live racing. And then we have Tim Searle watching from Sparland. There on his back porch. He said that the cows on the other side of that fence weren't too interested, though. They didn't like it as much. We appreciate him and Michelle watching up there.
That is funny.
And a congratulations go out to Tim's brother Steve on his 1,000th training win yesterday. I saw a lot of pictures and posts yesterday congratulating him and that really special, meaningful win he got there at the Marshall Putnam Fair.
There you can see the picture. Lisa got you back in the barns. I'm going to get that full frame there because I want you to see that. That you got people sitting back here in the shade. You got horses active over on one side. You can still see them training. But the activity that goes on back there at the barn is worth coming to the fair for.
It is. It's bustling. It's people watching. It's a lot of fun. You know, there's always something going on. You're asking for where you remember watching horse racing. Well, John Tell White's in the chat saying Sportsman's Park, Mrs. Grant 1 through 8. That we're on 25 now, I think is the number when he was 12 years old. Yeah, I remember all the Mrs. Grants, and I remember Sportsman's Park. I remember going and watching Super Night there years and years ago, and what a fine establishment that was.
As we get ready for race 4, let's take a minute here to handicap these races.
Yeah, well,
everybody's going to be wrong, and we'll move those picks up. The second place gets moved up to the first, and the first or third place gets moved to second, and we just give a point for that third place.
So we've got 3-1-4 then, and she's got 4-3-1 or whatever.
Yeah, 4-3-1.
Okay.
Yep. So that's where we're sitting at.
You know, with the favorite scratching, it opens up the race a lot. Like you said, this is an opportunity for some young guys to teach their horse something, or maybe make a move that gets you, a win that puts you in position to get that win.
Yeah, and Jaquavian's driving a horse in here, the 3 horse that has been mid-pack in the 3 races that it's been in, and so this might be a good learning experience for that horse.
Yeah, get some rust knocked off and go out there and put in a nice mile. When you don't have the competition and the traffic to work with, you have a nice open track. No one's back in India. You can kind of put your own mile out there. That's hopefully we get some. But I think Fujavian's still over there with that horse, so I don't think he's going to be on the track right away. Switching bikes looks like right now.
As we're waiting, we just need 3 horsemen out there for this race as we're waiting for that.
I think 2 of them are out there, but it looks like we still got Jaquavian hooking over there to that trailer. That's the problem is we try to get the post parades chopped out and keep this card moving along as fast as we can, but we only have so many horsemen to do all the things like get back to the stable with the winning horse from the last race and change the card over to the new horse and get back out to the track. It's just a busy worker bee situation back there on the backstretch.
And some people may be asking, why don't you have more horses? Well, number one, the horse barn fire that we had down in Coles County is the number one reason why we had so many scratches here. Either the death of the horse, which is absolutely tragic,
just for the safety,
or smoke inhalation for the horses that weren't even maybe in the barn, that were in the barns next to it before they got them out.
We've got, the veterinarian visited down there and I think did some scoping and stuff just to try to help make sure that those horses were all right. And I think, some trainers just decided it was best just to wait and see what happened. So
Kurt Becker will be coming back on. We'll turn it back over to Kurt.
Horses are on the track and getting ready to head straight to the gate for race 4. This is the Marilyn Maxwell Memorial, the Illinois Standardbred Association 2-year-old filly trot for a purse of $2,655. Let's meet the starters. Number 1 is Tough Class, owned, trained, and also driven this evening by Jacob Radel, who comes to us from Edgewood down near Effingham. Scratch the 2, Fox Valley Cassidy. 3 is Lose Venom, owned by the Flacco Family Farms LLC of Alexis, of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, and Rick and Tabby Flacco, the trainer Roshan Trigg, and the driver Jaquavian Carter. That is the same trainer-driver combo that just got the win in race 3. Number 4, Daphne Durango, owned by Dr. Stephen Rennard of Hamilton. The trainer is Jill Brown, and the driver is Jordan Patton. So with the scratch of number 2, Fox Valley Cassidy, that filly had won 4 of her 5 starts. Her trainer has scratched her and will wait for another day to send her back to the post. What does that mean? Well, it means the whole complexion of this race has changed because the other 3 trotting fillies in this lineup all looking for a first career victory. So somebody is going to get that first lifetime win among these 3 juvenile trotters here tonight. We talked about the fact that our friends at Harness Tube are providing the live stream of tonight's races. I believe 2nd straight year at Farmer City for the Harness Tube crew. That is correct. Steve and David both nodding their head. And we mentioned that because we got a text message a while ago. Earl Avenatti Jr. and his wife Lisa, formerly of Crispin, Illinois, both trainer drivers in their own right, both have won their share of races at the Farmer City Fair. They find themselves in Bar Harbor, Maine this evening, and they are indeed watching the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair harness races via the live stream from our friends at Harness Tube, and that means that earlier this evening they got to see their nephew Matt Avenatti win the first race on the card. Here they come for race 4. Tough Class off stride. Tough Class is on a break. The other pair off and trotting. There goes Lose Venom. Lose Venom goes right out for the early lead. Daphne Durango comes away in the 2nd position. And Tough Class, after breaking stride, will now try to play catch-up as they move around the first turn, racing back in that 3rd and final position and about 20 lengths off the early leader. Who is Lose Venom? Lose Venom guides the other 2 onto the backstretch. The lead is just over 5 lengths, although Daphne Durango now picks up the chase and begins closing that gap and closing the gap in a hurry. So what had been 5 lengths is now down to 2 as that pair goes by the quarter-mile mark. Still a margin of better than 15 lengths then back to Tough Class, who is last of the 3. Past the quarter they go and into that upper turn with Lose Venom the leader. But the lead is now just a length and a half. Daphne Durango is right behind the leader in that 2nd position and a margin of better than 20 more lengths back to Tough Class, who is the distant trailer back in 3rd. After 3/8 of a mile, they swing off that far turn and come into the home stretch in the Marilyn Maxwell Memorial as they approach the halfway point and pass by the stands here in the front straightaway of this half-mile harness track. And to the applause of the crowd cheering them on because there's a side-by-side battle, there goes Daphne Durango moving up on the outside to take a narrow lead as they move back into the 3rd of our 4 turns. Now, don't count out Lose Venom just yet. That filly is still there to the inside, but she is now 2nd, and Tough Class is still 3rd and last as the leader is entering the backstretch once again. That is Daphne Durango. Daphne Durango with those familiar blue wheel discs from the stable of trainer Jill Brown. Daphne Durango has a narrow lead as they go on by the 3/4, tries to build on that lead over Lose Venom, and Tough Class is last of the 3 as they enter the final turn, and there is a widening gap between Daphne Durango, your leader, and the 2nd place trotter Lose Venom. It is now nearly 10 lengths separating the top 2. There's an 1/8 of a mile to come. This will be an emotional victory indeed. Daphne Durango, coming from the Jill Brown stable, hardest hit by the fires over the weekend at the Coles County Fairgrounds, and the Brown stable is headed to victory lane at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair. Daphne Durango gets the first win for the stable since the tragedy took place just a few days ago. It was Daphne Durango who won it by 5 lengths on the line over Lose Venom, who was home in 2nd. And a heads up, those of you coming trackside, you still got a trotter coming off the far turn. That is Tough Class, who is still in the process of completing the mile. So please use caution trackside. Still got a horse coming to the finish line. Folks, we talked about the fact that this is an emotional win here this evening. The stable of Jill and Chris Brown was hardest hit by the fires over the weekend at the Coles County Fairgrounds, and they lost about a half dozen horses in that fire that evening, one of which was this filly's daddy. Her sire, Danish Durango, was one of the horses who regrettably was unable to be saved last Saturday night. So now his daughter, Daphne Durango, scores the first win for the Jill and Chris Brown stable since that incident happened. What a moment this is. Daphne Durango, your winner in race number 4. The winning driver is Jordan Patton. The owner is Dr. Stephen Rennert of Hamilton, the breeder of the Flacco family farms of Alexis. This trotting filly is by Danish Durango out of Daisy Lou Duke by Lou's Legacy. First career victory, and it comes in the Marilyn Maxwell Memorial, that Maxwell family name, so familiar in racing circles and throughout central Illinois, and especially right here in Farmer City and DeWitt County. Jordan Patton, well, he's been racing with a heavy heart as well because his grandfather was laid to rest in Mississippi just a couple of weeks ago, and I know that his granddad had a lot of influence on him. So, Jordan, congratulations. Our best to your family, our best to the Brown stable here tonight in race 4. Let's take a look at the full field rundown in that 4th race. The result is official. From the top of the page, Tough Class was 3rd. Fox Valley Cassidy was scratched. Lou's Venom, the runner-up, and Daphne Durango was the winner. The opening quarter, 36 and 2/5 seconds. The first half mile, 1:12 and 1. 3 quarters, 1:43 and 2/5, and the time for the mile, 2:15 and 1/5. Again, 36 and 2 at the quarter, 1:12 and 1 at the half. 3 quarters, 1:43 and 2, and the time for the mile, 2:15 and a 5th. It reads down 3 scratch 2 1. Race 5 is on the way. Again, no post parades the rest of the evening. The Queens race is coming up in race 5, honoring past and present queens and candidates here at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair. No scratches in race 5. A reminder that the driver of number 2, Lou's Lottery, that will be Rick Flacco. The driver of number 2, Lou's Lottery, Rick Flacco. Let's go back to Brent Cordis.
Okay, David, and 3-horse race that time, and won because the second place finisher in that race broke stride about the 3/4 mark back there.
It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or win by a mile; it still pays the same, right?
It does,
no matter how you get there.
But the 3-horse was having a good race right up. I ran 3/4 of a good race. And the last quarter killed it.
Well, it makes you wonder, what happened, if you maybe got some bad footing there, or maybe just didn't get enough time to get limbered up. That was the last horse on the track. Sometimes those horses would like some more time to get relaxed and get their muscles loose, so hard telling. But either way, the win goes to Jordan Patton, Chris Brown, and Jill Brown, Dr. Steve Rennert, and Daphne Durango.
Okay, with that, they've given you the rundown here. As we'll take a commercial break. We'll be back with some more Harness Tube after these messages.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
All right, David, let's talk about race 5 here. Let's come out real quick. We can handicap this race.
Sure.
Everybody picked, let's see, are we a race 5 or race 6?
I'm on race 5 is what I'm looking at.
Okay. Everybody picked 2, 3. You picked the 1. I picked the 1, and Lisa picked the 4.
Interesting note here. We all picked the 2 to win, and we're getting Rick Flacco on the bike. I don't know when Rick drove last, but it's been a few years, according to my memory. So he's picking up what we'll call a favorite in this race, which is always exciting.
So we should be seeing cobwebs coming off as he goes around the track, right?
Or he'll just go out there and put them all behind him and make it look easy, one way or the other, right?
All right, but 4-horse race this time, so still in that. Any notes there? We didn't know Rick was driving that horse. We didn't know.
Had a few people in the chats here. We had Alan McGoffey saying he was with his grandpa when he was 5 years old, and he'll be 63 next month. He remembers watching John Brown, Gene John, Doc Ham, Alvin Pollock, some of those names that he followed along. And then Tim Serrell said he was a newborn with his parents in the middle of the 1960s down there at Louisville Downs was his first race. So it's tough to beat those newborns.
The buggies looked a little different back when Tim was born, right?
60s, right? Yeah. That's when they had the Houghton bikes and all those. Yeah, they've come a long, long way from strapping in bikes to quick hitches and all,
I can't say much because I think Tim and I are pretty close to the same age.
Well, he didn't put his actual year in there. He said the mid-60s, yeah.
Mid-60s. Well, he may be younger than me.
Probably.
If he was a baby in the mid-60s, I was a baby in the late 50s.
We want to thank everyone for joining along. I'm looking at the concurrent viewers. We have 116 people watching right now. That's a huge number to add into these county fair grandstands. So we appreciate everyone watching. When we know that some of those are multiple eyeballs on one device. So thanks everyone for tuning in and following us along here.
Okay, I'm going to throw this out there because the Flaccos did such a great job. Doc did of giving me a restaurant when we were heading toward Galesburg that I ended up at Patton's Block. And I tell you what, folks, it was worth the trip. And the bacon jam there on the burgers is something to really love. But I need restaurants in Anderson, Indiana for the next 2 days. So send me your favorite restaurants in Anderson, Indiana.
Horses are on the track and approaching the starting gate for race number 5. Illinois Standardbred Association 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot, the Queen's Race, a purse of $2,642. Number 1, Winning Ken, owned by Earl Avenatti and trained by Earl Avenatti, 85 years of age and still training racehorses. He's based in Clinton, Indiana. The co-owner, Mulda Horn of Clinton, Indiana. Matt Avenatti, grandson of Earl, will be driving that first-time starter, Winning Ken. 2, Lose Lottery, owned by the Flacco Family Farms LLC of Alexis, trained by Jill Brown. Rick Flacco, he came out of retirement. He broke a 6-year retirement last year as a harness driver, and he won his only start of last year. That was at the Clark County Fair at Marshall. This is his first drive since then. Rick Flacco driving the 2. 3 is Dooleyville Refill, owned by Randall Dooley of Hidalgo, trained and driven by Harold Finn Jr. And number 4, Chrome Encore, owned, trained, and driven by Cornelius Cavett of Virgins, Illinois. They head to the gate. Horseman, we need you to step up to the plate here because a moment ago on Harness Tube, Steve Surratt mentioned that he will be going. David going also to Anderson? No, just yourself. Will Lisa be joining? Okay. Oh, yes. He nods his head. He said yes. So Steve and Lisa Surratt of Harness Tube are headed to Anderson, Indiana. Of course, that's the home of Hoosier Park. Horsemen, they want recommendations on good restaurants. Need you to step up to the plate because you've raced a lot. Many of you have at Hoosier Park. So fire off those restaurant suggestions. All you have to do is jump on the Harness Tube channel on YouTube and start posting in the comments section, or just send us a text and we'll make sure that the recommendation makes its way to Steve and Lisa Surratt. We need good restaurant recommendations for Anderson, Indiana. Right now, the horses have reached the starting gate, and the gate is rolling for race 5 in your scorecard. Overheard Steve Surratt and David Brink talking about responses they've been getting. They've asked the question, asking folks to reminisce about the first time they ever went to a harness race. How old were you? Why did you go? What track did you go to? One of the respondents online mentioned remembering going and watching John Brown race. That is John Wesley Brown is who he's talking about, who hailed from Macomb, raced an Illinois Horse of the Year back in the early 80s called Iggy Magoo. John Brown was a straight shooter. Yes, John Brown would tell you what he thought, and he would tell you in an unvarnished fashion. But that is why people respected John Brown so much. You always knew when he talked to you, he was going to give you his honest opinion. Here they come. Race number 5, top of the stretch, ready to go on a Monday night at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair. They are off and trotting. There goes Dooleyville Refill out for the early lead. Lou's Lottery comes away in the second position as they enter the first turn. Winning Ken comes out racing in third. And Chrome Encore will be the distant trailer as they move around the first turn, racing about 20 lengths off the early lead. Back up front, Dooleyville Refill is the leader. Everybody in this lineup looking for a first career victory. And that includes Winning Ken back in third, who's making a first career start. So some young horses looking to get some more racing experience here tonight. And Dooleyville Refill, one of those horses, only his third career start. And so far, so good, as Dooleyville Refill is the leader as they go on by the quarter-mile mark and is on top by a length and a half. But Lou's Lottery in good position. Talked about Rick Flacco making a rare appearance these days in the race bike. His first start of 2025. First time Rick has been in the race bike for almost a full year, but right now has Lou's Lottery in good position in second. But then there's a gap, 20 more lengths back to Winning Ken in third, and nearly 20 more back of that one to Chrome Encore in fourth. Halfway home in the Queen's Race here at Farmer City, and is Dooleyville Refill with the lead. Dooleyville Refill leads it by just a length. Lou's Lottery, though, one gets the impression Lou's Lottery just waiting for the moment to try to pounce as they move back into the turn once again. Winning Ken is still third, and Chrome Encore is fourth, and they both still have a lot of ground to make up. But the top two separated by just a length and a half. Now here's the challenge, folks. Lou's Lottery gears up and moves at the leader from the outside, and Dooleyville Refill picks it up a notch as well. So Dooleyville Refill, so far, Harold Finn Jr. finding he has enough in the tank there, at least to hold off the challenger Lou's Lottery as far as the three-quarter-mile mark. Just need to see what will happen in this final quarter mile. This pair works its way over around the final turn here in race 5. Dooleyville Refill saving the ground along the inside lane, but Lou's Lottery is not going away that easily. Still there just off the leader's flank as they turn for home. Dooleyville Refill the leader. Now it's back out to a length and a half. A final try, though, from Lou's Lottery. Lou's Lottery on the outside. Dooleyville Refill still leads it by 2 lengths. Dooleyville Refill, Harold Finn Jr. to win it. Dooleyville Refill by 2 lengths on the line for Harold Finn Jr. in the orange and blue colors. It was Lou's Lottery who was across the line in second. Winning Ken will be third, and Chrome Encore will cross the wire in fourth. We'll meet the winner in just a moment.
Another good race today in today's 5th race, and as Kurt was saying before, this was Rick's 2nd race in the last 2 years. It sounds like Rick only takes him out if he thinks he has a chance to win the race. He got the win in his start last year and was a nice driving second today in his 2nd start in as many years. So congratulations to Harold Finn, Dooleyville Refill, owner Philip Randall Dooley from Hidalgo. We just saw the Finns down there at Newton when we visited and had a good time with them, so they're one of our good fans. They follow along and engage with us and watch Harness Tube about whenever they can. So congratulations go out to them. We got Jody Decker-Bennett in the chat saying she was about 6 months old at her first race, although she doesn't quite remember where it was at or the details of it, but she was there. So coming from these horse racing families, sometimes you just take the babies to the track right away.
Hey, yeah, it's like when I was playing slow pitch softball, David. Kids went to the ballpark with you. They became sports fans because they started at an early age.
And right here, we got young Amelia coming in the winner's circle to wish Daddy a congratulations. We saw her taking a nap earlier, getting caught up on those Z's before the big exciting race, but she looks pretty good right down there
Yeah, she
now.
looks wide awake now.
Kicking them legs.
And she looks a little cooler than she was before. Maybe got a little fan time or something down there. But love seeing the babies and the little kids at the track.
As our future generations, folks, you know, those memories of playing at the fair, we got to start them young so that they can have those memories too.
I don't know that I was ever that small. That's the problem.
I was probably born that size.
Yeah, they're getting her excited out there, the baby excited about this win, David. And again, just a solid race for this horse.
Yeah, you know, a smaller field. Harold kind of had things his way and didn't have a whole lot of pressure. Made a nice good mile for him. Only had to fend off Rick.
Returning in front of the stands, the winner of the Queen's Race, Race 5 here this evening at Farmer City. How about a hand for number 3, Dooleyville Refill? Harold Finn Jr., the winning trainer and driver for owner Randall Dooley of Hidalgo, the breeder Freeman Yoder. The winning 2-year-old trotter is from the first crop by Southwind Chrome out of Portia by Mr. Levesque. Third career start, first career win. And as it is the Queen's Race, not a surprise, we see a lot of tiaras down trackside as these young ladies offer their congratulations to our winning connections and unfurl that Farmer City DeWitt County Fair blanket. Harold and Jacqueline Finn and family down trackside, flashing smiles, and the latest winner for the Finn stable, Harold Finn Jr. Well done. Congratulations. We'll have more in just a moment.
Okay, David, I got to make a comment there.
What's that?
What is on the front hooves there?
Oh, those bell boots, those gum rubber-looking boot things. Yeah, those are bell boots. Those protect the hooves when especially a trotter is reaching up with those back legs. They can reach up and touch that front hoof with their back hoof, so the bell boots just kind of help that hoof just slide off, rub off, and not cause any kind of interference that would cause them to break.
Okay. All right. The first time I've ever noticed those.
Those are cheating because back when I was a kid, I tell you what, we didn't have those fancy.
Rundown for race number 5. From the top, Winning Ken was third. Lou's Lottery, the runner-up. Dooleyville Refill was the winner. And Chrome Encore finished fourth. They got the opening quarter in 37-1. They got the half in 1:15-2. 3 quarters in 1:52-3. And the time for the mile, 2 minutes, 24 and 3/5 seconds. It reads down 3, 2, 1, 4. 6th race is on the way. It's the Doc Monfort Memorial. There are no scratches. Driver change on the 4, Shady Maple Bridget. That'll be Mike Rogers. Number 4, Shady Maple Bridget, the driver Mike Rogers. And on number 6, Shark 2, the driver Jacob Radel. Number 6, Shark 2, owner-trainer Jacob Radel is also the driver. One quick note, you longtime racing fans probably noticed something is missing from the track program tonight, and that is the phrase Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes. For many, many years, the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair was a member of the Big Ten circuit dating back to the 1950s, but at the end of the last racing season, the horsemen got together with racing officials and talked about how to better streamline the entire process of the administration of the statewide county fair tour. Keep in mind, there are 27 fairs across the state which offer harness racing. This is the 12th of those 27 stops for the summer. So for many years, we had different colt circuits. We had the Big Ten, of which this fair was a member. There was the Midwestern Illinois Racing Association, the Northern Illinois Colt Association, the Illini Colt Association, at one time the Egyptian Colt Association in Southern Illinois. So what happened was, at the end of last season, a decision was made, horsemen, racing officials, and officials from the Illinois Department of Agriculture, that as much as we appreciate the tradition of those individual colt circuits, that we have reached a point where, in the way that racing has evolved in Illinois, that perhaps it would streamline the process of being able to better administer these races if we did it all through just one single Colt Association, which has been named the Illinois Standardbred Association. If nothing else, makes it better to transfer money, to get the purse money paid out, to cross all the T's, dot all the I's, get all the paperwork finished, because it's just one Colt circuit interacting with the Illinois Department of Agriculture. Makes sense, but we will always appreciate that great tradition, all those decades of the Big Ten. Let's go back to Brent Cordes.
Make plans now to attend the 27th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale, which takes place on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Once again this year, the catalog will offer not only a strong lineup of Illinois conceived and foaled yearlings, but also an excellent supporting cast of colts and fillies eligible to other state-bred programs in the Midwest and on the Eastern Seaboard. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 1st, beginning at 11 a.m. Central.
David, we can't do anything with what we do without advertisers and donors, and we got a list on the board there that of all the people that have donated to keep this free on YouTube.
You know, and that's always the goal, is to keep it free, to keep the barriers from the entertainment away, so that if you want to watch horse racing, you can free of charge. So we appreciate all of our donors for keeping that mission possible, all of our advertisers, all of our sponsors who make sure we keep Harness Tube free for you.
As we get ready here for race 6, as we're not quite at the halfway mark, a couple of races will be halfway through, as we had 14 races on the card for you this evening. As we go to race 6, let's take a look at the picks here, David.
All right,
race 6.
I went 3-1-5 in today's race. Truly a winner on top for Kev Miller. This is getting Matt Avenetti in the bike tonight. Using the one, Little Old Me, for Clark Finley. Clark made a nice drive in today's second race. This horse has been getting good since we saw it at Carlinville, Little Old Me, in that 3-wide move, so I use that horse second. My third choice, the 5, Frontier Fantasy, got a nice win at Knoxville, beating Truly a Winner up there in that Knox County Fair, so that was my third choice, just based on being the outside post. So 3-1-5 is where I was at. Where are the Surratts?
Well, I tell you, Lisa went with the 3 just like you did, but she went clear down to the 5 in second place. Frontier Fantasy, I would say, I'm guessing Jamaica Patton's horse. She looked at how much that horse has made dollar-wise. Made
that last start,
and the last start.
Truly a Winner, last quarter in 27-3. Yeah, that's a pretty impressive start to come into this race
hot. And then
hot.
she went something that neither one of us did for the third spot. She went to 4, so she's going to get a different horse there. She'll get 1 point for that spot there. Unless she gets the other 2 horses right, then she'll get the trifecta on that, because she picked a 4 horse. Well, no, the 4 horse is not scratched. Sorry, Shady Maple Bridge is who she picked. And I'm going to tell you 100% there that when she originally saw Wyatt Avenetti and that was a Kevin Miller horse, that's one of the things that went with her. Now Mikey Rogers is going to drive that horse. I went different in the number 1 pick. I think Little Old Me has been consistently doing really well, and I think that's going to continue tonight. It's got a couple of firsts, it's got a couple of seconds, and a couple of thirds, and I think it's time for back to a couple of firsts for that horse. And so I'm picking the 1 horse, followed by the 3 horse. So you and I just flip-flopped, and then I went with the 5, the same as you, on the bottom, and that's our picks here for race 6. Anything else, David?
You mentioned Mikey Rogers. Carmen said that she bets whenever in the 80s and 90s were around that Mikey was in every single winner's circle photo for everybody. Didn't matter who it was. And those of you horsemen know there's nothing better than being in a winner's circle photo. Even if it's not your horse, you still want to go celebrate with your friends and friends of friends and people you might know and just be seeing everyone. But Mikey definitely likes the spotlight for sure.
The old saying was, you hang with winners, you become a winner.
Exactly.
You hang with losers, you become a loser.
You fly with eagles or something with turkeys or something, right?
Yeah, fly with eagles or, gobble with the turkeys, I guess.
Tabby Flacco said that she doesn't remember her first race, but remembers being 9 months pregnant, going up and down the announcer stand steps there at Knoxville, and guess what? A week later, she showed up. Just so. And Callie Avenetti was talking about, bring it up here. Eliza's first race was at Oak Grove at 3 months old, and now Augie's was probably, she said, Decatur at 5 months old. It's so cool to remember these memories. Dell Moldenauer said, first race will be a first career win for Dooleyville Refill, but not a lifetime mark. Good point there, Dell.
We appreciate those things out there, and that you
keep them
continue
coming.
to chat with us. We love the interaction.
And give us your who's your area restaurant recommendations in the chat or text or what have you.
and I said this to David earlier. I want to say this where Kurt can hear it. I'm kind of liking that those other people are not over here. We've had some great interaction. Topics he can talk about, topics we can talk about on our side. But the only thing we haven't done is get Kurt Becker on the air chatting with both of us in between, but he's got a lot he's doing out here.
These judges' stands are so busy and chaotic. We're appreciative to have the chit-chat we get between races with them. It's one of those things, but it's always fun to get the stories, to get the scoop, and to catch up with old friends.
Well, and the things that people, I think, have figured out after 3 years, David, that I'm going to ask that basic question about harness racing, just like with the hoof covers there that were on there.
Bell boots.
Bell boots.
Yep.
I'll remember that one of these days.
Well, as I was saying earlier,
I'll wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and I'll sell bell boots.
We used to have bell boots that didn't have Velcro on them, and you used to have to get the horse's leg up in your knees and stretch those boots over the hoof enough to get it up on the fetlock there area, and you bust more knuckles doing that, I swear. Any horseman knows exactly what I'm talking about. So, yeah, those Velcros are real nice.
We're ready to race.
Horses are at the post. The gate is rolling. Race 6, the Illinois Standardbred Association 3-year-old filly pace for a purse of $2,861, the Doc Monfort Memorial. Number 1, Little Old Me, owned, trained, and driven by Clark Fairley. 2, PD's Rum Runner, owned by Harold Finn Jr. He's the trainer, owned also by Randall Dooley, the driver Cornelius Cavett. 3, Truly a Winner, is owned and trained by Kevin Miller, co-owned by Bart Seals and Wayne Moldenauer, Matt Avenatti in the bike. 4, Shady Maple Bridget with Mike Rogers. 5 is Frontier Fantasy, owned by Linda Allhands, Mike Cox in the bike. 6 is Shark 2, the owner, trainer, driver Jacob Radel, and they are off and pacing in race 6 at Farmers City. It'll be Little Old Me from the inside starting spot, saving ground around the first turn and getting the early lead. There goes Truly a Winner. Truly a Winner moves up on the outside and takes over the lead as they move through the opening eighth of a mile. Little Old Me will go in second. Shady Maple Bridget is racing in third. Frontier Fantasy moves up fourth around the outside of PD's Rum Runner in fifth, and Shark 2 is sixth and last as the field works up the back straightaway and heads by the quarter-mile mark. It is the Doc Monfort Memorial. Back up front, Truly a Winner shows the way. Truly a Winner is the leader by 2 lengths. Little Old Me travels in second position, and Shady Maple Bridget is racing in third. Frontier Fantasy has dropped back over along the inside lane in fourth, about 5 lengths off the lead. PD's Rum Runner is fifth, and a gap of 15 lengths more back to Shark 2, who's last of the 6. They are halfway home in tonight's 6th race. Truly a Winner is on top. It is Truly a Winner who shows the way and leads Little Old Me by a length and a half. Shady Maple Bridget will go third as they move back around the third of our 4 turns in this 1-mile race. Frontier Fantasy is fourth and still about 5 lengths off the lead. A gap of 8 more lengths back to PD's Rum Runner and 10 back of that one to Shark 2, who is last of the 6. Up the backstretch they go. It is still Truly a Winner. Truly a Winner on top, leads it by a length and a half. Little Old Me has been stalking the pace virtually since the start, and Shady Maple Bridget is back there third as they move around the final turn. Now a side-by-side battle as Little Old Me takes to the outside and is up to challenge Truly a Winner for the lead. Shady Maple Bridget goes third and swings wide. Frontier Fantasy is widest of all in fourth. It is wide open in the Doc Monfort Memorial. Truly a Winner nursing a narrow lead. Little Old Me is there. Shady Maple Bridget, and then Frontier Fantasy coming from the far outside. What a finish! Shady Maple Bridget gets up in the center of the racetrack. Number 4, Shady Maple Bridget wins it for Mike Rogers. An incredible finish as 4 horses lined up across the track at the top of the home stretch. When it was all said and done, Shady Maple Bridget. How about that, folks? Did you notice your winner was 0 for 23 lifetime coming into that race? How about that? What did we say earlier? Even if nobody else believes in you, keep believing in yourself. And that filly comes home after losing 23 consecutive races. She is a loser no more. She never was a loser. She's always been competitive. She is very much a winner with that performance here tonight.
What a huge finish to today's 6th race. I tell you what, from my purview up here in the booth, I didn't even see Frontier Fantasy until the ears went under the wire. That was on the way outside out there. Looked like we were 4 or 5 across the track. It could have been anyone's race, but pulling through was Mikey Rogers picking up the catch drive for Kev Miller on Shady Maple Bridget. Ow. We had a nice text message come in. Nancy Wright said she made her heart smile. We mentioned her grandpa Alvin Pollock. We mentioned John Wesley Brown and Gene John. Some of her favorite childhood memories include these 3, among others. And that's the whole point, folks. We love hearing your stories because others love hearing your stories too. It brings those memories to their mind and smiles to their faces. So we love hearing you share, your fondest memories so we can share them with everybody else.
Well, David, this is going to be one time when, because of where we're at, I didn't see that 4th horse where the 5 was in the lineup. So what I have up on the screen is definitely unofficial. And so we'll get it corrected when Kurt gets here. I'm pretty good at getting photo finishes when we can see all the horses, right? I don't think I've missed one this year, or I've missed one, maybe. My eyes haven't gone yet.
That's good. That's real good.
My attention span has, but not my mind or my eyes. So, as we have had some good races here this evening.
Great racing.
You missed it if you weren't at...
And by the way, Brent, the winner is in front of us. And, folks, this filly has been working hard for that first win. After 23 straight starts without a victory, she wins tonight. She's earned it. Let her hear it, folks. How about a hand for the winner? Shady Maple Bridget, owned and trained by Kevin Miller and driven by Mike Rogers, bred by Freeman Mast and Chester Mast. This winning filly by Captain Trevor. 3 in a row tonight. 3 races in a row, won by maidens, horses that had never won a race. 5 of our first 6 races won by horses, winning for the first time in their career. It has been an incredible night, and we're just getting started. Let's check back in. Brent, go right ahead, and we'll have the full field rundown here in just a few moments.
All right, as we...
It's tough out here for the Chocoholics whenever all these long shots are winning, right?
Yeah. No, Randy Callahan, I don't pick chalk that often anymore.
I do, and it doesn't work any well. But Sister Carmen said, see, talking about Mike being in the winner's circle picture helped him win. And he can thank his sister for that one. So we appreciate everyone following along. Bridget Williams says, good drive, Mike.
Well, we'll wait and see how things are panning out here with points after this race.
Okay.
Because I'll be really interested to see what happens. But Lisa is leading the pack tonight.
Hey.
Before this race, she's at 46 points, David at 41, and I'm back the pack at 35 tonight. So Lisa winning things tonight on the Harness Tube Pick'em.
She out there pumping her fist.
Yeah, she's doing a dance of some sorts, but she doesn't do too big a dance out there because she knows that platform out there will shake.
I'll be filming real quick, won't I?
Yeah. But, some really great things here as we wait for the official.
We've had some really great racing tonight in today's 5 races, or 6 races. We've had, like Kurt was saying, 5 horses break their maiden.
Okay.
Close finishes.
Randy Callahan is making that trek, David, across the track.
Well, we probably should have.
So do I need to get you can pull it up on your computer, right?
Yeah. I don't know what he's going to see, though.
I don't know either. The photo finish is what would have the best picture. So it'll be interesting.
We'll see. I'll go back to the beginning of the race.
As we said, we didn't expect to see him because it's a 3-story climb over in his tower to a 3-story climb over in our tower.
And it's a deep judges stand. I mean, it's a long walk to the middle of the infield to the outside over here.
So we'll have to see what we get. If I need to, I'll send the iPad back across the.
That's in the car, though, I think, isn't it?
No, it's up here.
Okay.
I keep it handy.
See, you're thinking always one step ahead.
I told Kurt, I said I had some things for him to hear the timing. We just didn't know about things, think of things fast enough. I've got the tools in the car, right, David?
You always have everything in the car. That's why you're my backup. If we don't have it, I know you've got something that'll usually work.
I emptied the car out quite a bit. I took half the stuff out, but I still had some for Kurt tonight.
From our first year till now, you've cut back on equipment, I think, 2-fold for sure.
Oh, goodness.
That's the half. I'm still backing up here.
So, yep. I haven't seen him coming up the stairs yet. He probably had to take a break, or if he stopped at the photo finish, maybe.
Maybe that's what he's doing, looking at photo finish. I don't know.
But we're waiting for the official results. This is slowing things up just a little bit. We were on a pretty good pace here, getting 6 races in an hour and a half. So we were just a little behind, but got started a little late. So I still don't see him coming up here. Nope, here he comes. He'll need to catch his breath once he gets up here. Waiting for the judge to come over. Apparently wants to see something on David's screen. He'll think twice about coming back up here the next time, as Randy Callahan's finally making his way up here. But we'll see what he wants here. I tell you what, David, I'm going to go ahead and go to commercial so we can go to racing when we get back while he looks at this.
Wait, before you go and get your snacks and drinks, make sure to subscribe and like to Harness Tube. If you can't do that, just give us a thumbs up. Alright, to the show.
I'm sorry, I didn't have Kurt up. David, did you write down the finishes there, or do I need to go over it with folks?
On the sixth race?
Yeah, on the 6th race, we'll get it up on the screen for him.
All right, 6th race, top down. We went. Little Old Me was 4th. PD's Rum Runner finished 5th. Truly a Winner was 2nd in a dead heat. Shady Maple Bridget was your winner. Frontier Fantasy was 2nd in a dead heat. And Shark 2 finished 6th. The quarter was 30 and 4. The half in 102 flat. 3/4 in 132 and 3/5. Time for the mile, 2:03 flat. From the top down should read 4-5, 2 dead heat, 1, 2 dead heat, 6 on the bottom.
All right, that is your finish there for that race. We've already done the commercials and so forth for this next race. Talk points. Don't forget to subscribe and follow us here on Harness Tube. and we need those likes and subscribes for things to happen. As I try to get my screen right now here, David.
We're getting closer and closer. We're at 913.
Nope.
Oh. We're at 913. We're getting closer to that 1,000 plateau, which we hope to hit by the end of the year for sure. We appreciate everyone who's helped along, but we've seen that number jump up lately, so we know it's working. We know our asks are being heard and being listened to, so we appreciate everyone following along and using your burner accounts to give us an extra subscriber or two. Doesn't hurt nothing.
Absolutely. If you're like me, you got 4 different email or 5 different email accounts for jobs and
so I can send myself stuff and
come out there and help us out with that. But let's get ready to handicap this last race here, David. All of us picked the one horse, and he's a Dark Shark, coming off 3 consecutive victories here in a row. At DuQuoin, Knox County Fair, and Fairfield.
Absolutely, and those last quarters are getting faster and faster. That horse seems to be moving in the right direction.
And then you and I both went with the 3-horse RK's Captain, Stan Swisher trained horse. It's had some first. The last 2 times it's ran, it's had first.
Yep.
Here's Kurt Becker.
Horses are on the track for race number 7, the Illinois Standardbred Association 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace, the first division, a purse of $1,492. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, He's a Dark Shark, comes in on a 3-race winning streak. Now, favorites have not fared too well tonight, so let's see if He's a Dark Shark can break that trend here this evening. Owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur, Brian Lohman of Champaign, trained by Kevin Miller. Matt Avenatti is in the bike. Number 2 is Valley Sage, owned by Don Asaro of Hazelwood, Missouri, trained by Darla Martin Lohman. Aaron Martin is in the bike. Number 3 is RK's Captain, owned by the MM&D Racing LLC of Mike and Mitch Titus and Dennis Wright of Charleston, trained by Stan Swisher. Believe the driver is Freddie Patton Jr. I'll confirm that in a moment. The 4 is Life Turns, owned by Albert Player of Starkville, Mississippi, trained by Chris Brown. The driver is Jordan Patton. Contrary to the program, Jordan Patton drives the 4. And 5 is Western Trevor, owned by Edward Earl Thomas of Pulaski, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, and the driver is Jaquavian Carter. At the post, gates rolling. Here they come. They are off and pacing. And it is He's a Dark Shark who goes out for the lead. Valley Sage comes away in second as they thunder into that first turn. RK's Captain with Freddie Patton Jr. in the bike will come away racing in the 3rd position. Around the first turn and onto the backstretch, He's a Dark Shark is the leader. And there is RK's Captain moving up now into second, drops over to the inside lane right behind the leader as they go by the quarter-mile mark. Valley Sage is the horse that's racing along right toward the center of the pack and travels in 3rd as they move by the quarter and swing around the upper turn. Western Trevor is racing in the 4th position, and Life Turns is last of the 5 after 3/8 of a mile. He's a Dark Shark is the leader. He's a Dark Shark talked about that 3-race winning streak coming into tonight's program. Let's see if he can keep that string going. So far, so good. He's on top. He's a Dark Shark by a length and a half. It is followed by RK's Captain, who's racing in the 2nd position by a length. Valley Sage is racing in 3rd by a length and a half as they move back into the lower turn. Western Trevor is 4th, and Life Turns last of the 5, but right there, they're well bunched. And there goes Western Trevor from 4th, and here comes RK's Captain from 2nd, and they're all trying to chase down He's a Dark Shark at the midpoint of the back straightaway. He's a Dark Shark, leads at a half length as Arcase Captain goes in the second position. Western Trevor is third. Valley Sage is fourth. Life Turns last of the 5, but only 5 lengths off the lead as they scoop by the 3/4. He's a Dark Shark is the leader. He's a Dark Shark around the final turn, still leads it by a length. Arcase Captain is second by a length. The Western Trevor, who's in third as they move to the top of the stretch, and then Valley Sage and Life Turns into the lane. He's a Dark Shark, opens up on a 3, 4, 5 length lead. Here's a favorite that's going to win and keep his winning streak alive. He's a Dark Shark, 4 consecutive victories. He won it by 6 lengths on the line. Western Trevor was second, and then Arcase Captain third, Life Turns fourth, and Valley Sage was fifth. Number 1, He's a Dark Shark, your unofficial winner.
Favorite getting home today's 7th race for Matt Avenatti and Kevin Miller. He's a Dark Shark, makes it 4 in a row today at Farmer City. Today's 7th race. One in open lengths there.
I got bad news for you on this race, David.
And that is?
If this stands as a 153,
at least hit the trifecta.
Trifecta again.
Hey, if she's going to win, let her win by a mile. Get all the points in one day, right?
I guess, because we're going to get 3 points out of it, and she's going to get 18.
Well, that'll make a big bit in the lead.
Yeah. I didn't even let her have my sheet with my picks on it this time. So that she picked the correct horses in the order that they came in on, and now her lead
should be jumping out by about 10 more, yeah.
Yeah, it should.
15
but
or
let's
so.
see what happened here with the totaling, because there's something wrong. We'll get it here in a second.
Trainer Kevin Miller is from Arthur and bases his stable at the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana. And they will soon be going racing at the Champaign County Fair. In fact, let's just check the schedule and let you know that just down the road, over to the east, Champaign County races on Tuesday. That'll be 1 week from tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll bet you Kevin Miller will have a lot of horses in the lineup. 2 wins for Kevin Miller tonight, 2 wins for Matt Avenatti, the driver, and 4 in a row for the winner. How about a hand for He's a Dark Shark? He's a Dark Shark is a 3-year-old gelded son of Revenge Shark out of Joyce's Choices by Art Major. Bred by the Island Sun Stable of Florida, but of course the horse himself is registered Illinois conceived and foaled. 11th career victory for He's a Dark Shark. And again, one of the few favorites so far tonight to keep it all together and get to the winner's circle. Well, the full field rundown is official, so let's go ahead and pass that along to you right now. He's a Dark Shark, the winner. Valley Sage was 5. Arcase Captain 3. Life Turns finished 4. And Western Trevor, the runner-up. They got the opening quarter 29-1. The half in 59-3. 3 quarters in 1:30 and 4/5 of a second. The time for the mile was 2:01 flat. 29-1, 59-3, 1:30 and 4/5, and the mile 2:01. Reads down 1:53.42. A training double for Mr. Miller and a driving double for Matt Avenatti. The 8th race is coming up. It is the Walker Tire Race. It is also the Bill Maxwell Memorial. Of the 4 horses that are going to the post, none has won thus far in 2025. A couple of them are winners last season, but again, all 4 looking for their first win of this year. Field of 4 as we get ready to go racing here in race 8. Let's go back to Brent Cordes.
Okay, David, let's talk about our schedule a little bit here. We've got a little break in our commercials that we can talk about just about anything for a moment, but first talk about the schedule as Kurt talked about. Next week on Monday, we're in Paris, Illinois for a 5 o'clock start time there. Urbana, 5 o'clock, which is Kevin Miller's home base. Who's in Paris? We've got the Avenettis kind of based out of there.
Yeah, that's Mary Lou Wright. Avenettis, that's their local, we'll call it their home track, being from Chrisman there. But Mary Lou and Mary, what's her daughter's name? I forgot her name. But, yeah, they're great down there at Paris. We get air conditioning there, I remember, right? Nice little room, huh?
Yeah, right there at the start-finish line.
You can't see a whole lot. We get a nice little window and an air conditioner, but we'll take it.
Yeah.
It's a nice fair down there, really pretty, nice trees in the infield.
Yeah, there is some blockage down there. That is probably, camera-wise, not one of the best locations we have on the circuit. But again, and we tell people what you see on Harness Tube, we're giving you a little better picture sometimes than you would get from the grandstands, or an equal picture to what you would get in the grandstands.
We're at fairs, and part of the charm is this stuff going on, the other events that they have, the other priorities they have at the fairgrounds. That's what separates the fairs from pari-mutuel is there's variables at this track that wouldn't be at the big track that the other horsemen have to kind of pay attention to and account for. So, I'm all here for it.
And then we're in Lewistown. That'll be our first time there. We got rained out there last year. We're supposed to go last year, but we're at Lewistown. And so, David, I tell you what, we got a lot of steps here. I'm going to take a break for a moment, and I'll let you handicap this next race. How's that sound?
Look, the 8th race?
8th race coming up here.
Cool.
As we get ready to go, as I change the view for you there. Thank you.
Looking at the 8th race here, this is a 4-horse race, the second division of 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers for the Illinois Standardbred Association, the Walker Tire Bill Maxwell Memorial. My picks, I went on top, the 3. That's the Star for Mike Cox and Jamaica Patton. Showing lines up there at 54-54, showing last course of 27-28. That horse seems to be maybe the best shape coming into the race, maybe holds the best chance of, taking today's 8th race. My second choice, I went to the 1, Hello Trevor, for Carol Cox, Mikey Rogers, and driver Demarius Wakefield. That horse from the rail, hopefully can get a good trip and trip out and get a second place here. My third choice, I went to the 2, Major Statement, for Darla Martin Lohman, and her other owner, Donna Sorrow. Let's see what Steve went 3-2-1 in this race, so he used That's the Star on top, picking Major Statement second. In his third choice, he just kind of flipped me around and went to Hello Trevor to finish third, whereas Lisa went a little different direction. She still used That's the Star on top. Tough to ignore those last few miles, but she used the 4 horses in her second pick. It's Major Carl Bombay for Jaquavian Carter, and Jacob Bradle as her second choice. And her third choice again was the 1, Hello Trevor, for Demarius Wakefield, Mikey Rogers, Carol Cox from Huntsville. I think we have a couple moments. Steve is not here. I'm going to go ahead and check the chats here. I'm not seeing a whole lot going on, so go ahead and share your favorite, your first fair that you remember watching, your first horse race in the chat. If you haven't yet, I said a couple fairs ago that we ask for donations, whether it be monetary or a story. We will take a story or a memory as a donation, and as long as we can share it and use it for engagement on the air. We love sharing those with the fans so everyone else can reminisce and share those memories with you there. I went ahead and didn't do any AI horse images for today's card, but I did get some AI-inspired horse names, funny horse names I thought we could go through while we have some time here. I'll put a couple of them up here. I went ahead and went into ChatGPT and asked it to give me a couple funny horse names, and we'll go through a couple of them here. The first one being Stable Genius, a clever pun on the stable word. This next one I've seen far too many times, though. The second one here is Hoof Hearted. That's right. You heard me. HOOF space HEARTED. Hoof-arted. And as a, we'll call myself an amateur announcer, I'm glad that one's never come up in a program yet for me because I would probably be laughing the entire time. There's Usain Colt out here. It's always a good one. The world record holder in the 100-meter dash, Usain Bolt. I can't reach Steve's computer, so we're going to stay on the screen, I guess, and just kind of play it by ear. But I will drop out of the audio, and I'll be right back. Tim Searle's in the chat here. He's always good for a clever name or two using T.A. Vern. Little play on tavern for a horse's name there. Want to give another shout out while I have you here. Lisa just popped in the booth and reminded me she had the pleasure of meeting Pete Uribe up there at Knoxville. We'll toss it back to Kurt as the horses are on the track.
The horses are entering the track for race 8 in your scorecard. It is the Illinois Standardbred Association 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pace, the second division, brought to you by Walker Tire, and this race will also serve as the Bill Maxwell Memorial. Late driver change on number 2, Major Statement. That'll be Aaron Martin. Aaron Martin, the driver, on number 2, Major Statement. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Hello Trevor, owned by Carol Cox of Huntsville. Mike Rogers, the trainer. Demarius Wakefield in the bike. That name should mean something to everyone at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair harness races. We'll see if you remember why in just a moment. Number 2 is Major Statement, owned by Darla Martin Lohman of Effingham, owned also by Donna Sorrow of Hazelwood, Missouri, trained by Darla. The driver is actually her nephew, Aaron Martin. Number 3, That's the Star, owned by Thomas Lominger of Platteville, Wisconsin, trained by Jamaica Patton, the driver Mike Cox. And the 4, it's Major Carl Bombay, the owner-trainer Jacob Radel of Edgewood, and the driver Jaquavian Carter. They're headed toward the starting gate. Demarius Wakefield, 18 years of age, a native of Mississippi. Anyone remember why he's got a special connection to the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair? Anybody remember? It was just 2 years ago. 2 years ago, at age 16, Demarius Wakefield got his first career victory as a harness horse driver right here at Farmer City. It's a fair that means a lot to him because of that reason. Right now, they are at the post, and the gate's rolling. Race 8. Top of the stretch. Don't forget, harness racing begins very soon at the Illinois State Fair at Springfield. Thursday, August 7 will be opening day. Right now, we're racing at Farmer City. Here they come. And the crowd applauding will send them on their way in race 8. And into the first turn they go with Major Statement. Quickly getting to the top, Major Statement, the early leader, and leads it by 2 lengths. Hello Trevor goes second around the first turn. And then a gap of 3.5 more lengths to That's the Star. In third, it's Major Carl Bombay is racing in fourth. Up the back straightaway to the quarter-mile mark, Major Statement is the leader. Major Statement leads Hello Trevor. That's the Star. Needs to close some gap here on that second place horse. There's about 5 lengths that was separating. Now it's down to 4, down to 3 from second back to third as That's the Star begins to track down the top 2. And then further back, it's Major Carl Bombay, fourth and last. But there's still 5/8 of a mile to go. They move for the top of the stretch and come on down toward the halfway point in the Walker Tire and Bill Maxwell Memorial here at Farmers City. Major Statement showing the way and leads it by 1 length. It is Hello Trevor in second by a length. That's the Star third a length. This Major Carl Bombay is in fourth as they go back into the lower turn and work their way toward the 5/8 mile mark. And there goes That's the Star. The first to move coming out of fourth. That's the Star. In fact, goes to third, goes to second, and That's the Star is right alongside of Major Statement to challenge for the lead. It's Major Carl Bombay also moves up 1 spot from last into third, 2.5 lengths off the front pair, and Hello Trevor is now shuffled out to fourth. That's the Star has taken the lead on the outside by a neck, but Major Statement may not be finished yet and has been a stubborn foe there to the inside and now tries to respond to the challenge and in fact does so. Around the final turn, Major Statement will save the ground along the inside lane of the racetrack, regain the lead at least for a moment, but now That's the Star is rallying back to the top of the stretch to regain the lead, and it's Major Carl Bombay is third in behind that pair. Into the stretch, Major Statement inside. That's the Star has a narrow lead to the outside. Major Statement is still there fighting on. That's the Star is on the outside of Major Statement. These two to the wire. That is tight. Photo for the win. It will either be That's the Star or Major Statement for the win. We will let our photo finish technician, Emma Schrock, sort that out. Further back, it's Major Carl Bombay did finish third, and Hello Trevor was fourth. Photo for the win.
All right, David, photo finish. Let's see if I'm right. I've got 2, 3, 4.
We'll see if you're right.
We'll see if I'm right. 2, 3, 4, which would mess all of us up on our picks because everybody picked the 3 horse to win.
As we await the result of the photo, there is also a steward's inquiry into race number 8. Our presiding judge, Randy Callahan, has passed along word that he is conducting a steward's inquiry. We will give you more information as it becomes available. So we're waiting for the photo, and the entire result will remain unofficial until the presiding judge, Randy Callahan, completes his inquiry. Sometimes a driver will lodge a claim of foul, and of course that is typically called an objection. But even where there is no claim of foul, the stewards have a right to conduct their own inquiry into the events of any given race, and that is the situation here. To this point, no claim of foul has been lodged, but there is a steward's inquiry. Waiting for result of the photo, that's pretty tight, because if you notice over on the backstretch, both of these drivers in the photo, Aaron Martin and Mike Cox, they're not even sure. So often the drivers have a pretty good idea of who won the photo, but this is close enough. We saw Aaron Martin look over at Mike Cox when they came through the wires, if to say, I don't know, what do you think? And Mike looked like he kind of shrugged his shoulders as they moved on down into the turn on the cool-down lap. But we will find out the answer to this question in just a moment.
Another close race, David. And we've had... How many photo finishes have we had this year?
Short field's an amazing racing. Isn't it crazy? You never can tell, can you? I mean, you show up with a short field and you think it's going to be a walkover, and there's upsets and photo finishes and 4 wide across the wire. It's been a crazy day.
But here's the thing, and we said this, or I might have said this last week, or you and I talked about this at one of the broadcasts. It's kind of like NASCAR. It makes no difference whether the car's going 220 miles an hour or 185 miles an hour, or whether there's 30 cars in the race or 20 cars in the race or 3 horses in a race. When you have a race that close, it's exciting.
It's exciting.
And none of that makes any difference.
No, absolutely not. You know, and And it's, we're having such tight finishes, and we're having competitive races and horses, moving early in the mile. It's really been an exciting card to watch. Looking in the chat here, we've got Lewis Willis talking about, Kurt was mentioning how Demarius made his first win here 2 years ago at 16. That's pretty impressive. I'd have to agree with Lewis there. 16 years old, I remember folks used to drive at matinees, but rarely getting wins on the fair circuit.
So here's the update. We can answer one of the two questions. We can answer who crossed the wire first. In the photo, the winner by a nose is number 3. That's the Star.
Oh, I'm wrong.
So number 3, that's the Star, finished first. But there's a steward's inquiry pending concerning number 3, that's the Star. For possible interference against the 4, it's Major Carl Bombay going to the quarter-mile mark. More in a moment.
Yes.
All right. So it may change again, right? With the Stewart's inquiry, the 3-horse could be knocked down, correct?
Yeah. Jimmy Austin is asking us to run a replay of that race. Jim, I will say if you rewind your YouTube, you can usually get replayed about as many times as you want. For us to do it through the broadcast, it would take quite a bit to get the whole race rerun. But to go on YouTube and just hit the back key a couple times, it'll rewind it for you, and you can watch it as many times and stop it.
All right, folks, you want to throw a little more spice into the soup, so to speak? Well, the officials, keep in mind, the stewards are located over in the tower on the infield, and the broadcast booth for both Harness Tube and for the track announcer is located here atop the grandstand. So here's the thing. We had announced originally, the original word from the stewards was that number 3, that's the Star, was first in the photo. We no sooner announced that, and they called back and said, well, we think it is. So they're going to take another look at the photo, and we understand. When you come to the fair, we don't always have the ideal situation with lighting and such because, budgets have their limitations. So, matter of fact, Lisa Surratt commented earlier, just the way of this time of day, you get some long shadows, and sometimes the long shadows in the home stretch can make it difficult to pinpoint exactly where one horse's nose ends and the next one begins. So, actually, it's commendable that the stewards have said, you know what, we want to make sure we get this right. So they said at first glance, we thought it was the 3, that's the Star, but we want to make sure that we aren't being deceived by photos here, or shadows here in the home stretch, and that hasn't unduly influenced the way we are perceiving that photo. So sit tight. They're going to take another look at the photo, and in the meantime, there's still an inquiry pending against number 3, that's the Star, for possible interference against the 4. It's Major Carl Bombay going to the quarter. If it sounds complicated, it is. Absolutely. Sit tight. We'll have more information in just a moment.
Well, David, we've seen Tina Schrock come across to kind of look at things over here. We've got Randy Callahan on the backstretch talking with people, trying to sort it out. The main thing is here they want to get things right.
Right.
And
I don't know for certain.
Blame. It's not about anything else. It's
Would
about
this
getting
be
it right.
Aaron Martin's first driving win? I mean, if so, you definitely want to get it right to make sure you give him a chance to cross that first.
Kurt thinks it's his first win.
So getting that right, again, double checking that photo isn't a bad idea for the young driver.
Wikipedia 1 over here thinks that it is his first win, and you're not sure of it over here at Wikipedia 2.
I want to say so, but I wasn't confident enough to be sure of it. But I think he started driving this year at his age. So got a couple shout-outs I can finish here. We got Doug in the chat saying Charlie picked 4-1-2 in that race. Charlie says hi. Charlie, what's up, Charlie Bug, listening to us back there in Mount Sterling.
Starting him young.
I thought he was going up.
Let's see what he's still waiting.
Okay, and the other one was Pete Uribe. He talked to Lisa up there at Knoxville. They had a nice chat. She told me how much fun they had just catching up. So we want to appreciate Pete following us along and all of his donations and being a general fan of horse racing. I'm looking back there to see any kind of hint of what's going on with those judges in the Martin stable.
Darla looked like, I don't know.
The owner there looks really excited, don't he?
I'd say that Aaron got his first win.
Here comes Randy and Dave and Darla and the owners. And
Well, folks, here's the update, and it's the story takes an interesting twist. Here's what happened. Upon further review of the photo for the win, the stewards have determined that the actual winner by a nose is number 2, Major Statement. So there's the first part. Here's the second part. This young man, who is an engineer by trade, who grew up in a racing family, he's a third-generation horseman, Aaron Martin, who makes his home in Marion, Illinois. That's his 7th career drive. That's his first career victory. Folks, I will guarantee you, most drivers always remember their first career win. I will guarantee you Aaron Martin will always remember his first win and the circumstances surrounding it. His aunt, Darla Martin Lohman, is coming trackside. Darla was originally scheduled to drive this pacer. She stepped aside, and her nephew gets in the race bike. And we just talked about this as they went to the gate. Demarius Wakefield, who's going by the stands right now, he got his first career win here 2 years ago, and now Aaron Martin gets his first career win. Farmer City has been a good track for up-and-coming drivers, has it not, folks? Fun to see that happen. Hello. That's right.
Steve, we talk about it so many times, getting first wins here and young drivers getting opportunities, and we can't write the script that well.
So, I mean, this is incredible. I can't help but think of the late Bill Maxwell. This is the Bill Maxwell Memorial, in addition to being the Walker Tire race. Bill was a standardbred owner. He was someone who served as a racing official for many years here at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair. And Bill loved a good horse race, and he loved a good racehorse, and he always enjoyed seeing young people succeed in the business. I can recall when Bill Maxwell would go to a yearling sale, sometimes if the consignor was a young person trying to get established in the game, he would bid on their horse just to give them a little push. Aaron Martin, Bill Maxwell would have absolutely loved this for his memorial race. Congratulations, Aaron, your winning driver on Major Statement. We'll take a look at the full field rundown in just a moment. We have received word that there will be no placing, that the inquiry has been completed, and that there will be no placings in the order of finish, that it will stand as they finished across the wire. We will have that full field rundown for you coming up in just a moment. But Major Statement got to the wire first and gives Aaron Martin win number 1 of his career. More in just a moment.
Okay, David. Just a little bit behind, but excitement causes things to happen, doesn't it?
You know what? Aaron's going to remember that one because of how long it took to be confirmed. But what an exciting...
He's going to say I was a winner, and then I wasn't a winner.
I wasn't, and I thought I was, and then I had to go back to the winner's circle late. But congratulations, exciting win. I love these young drivers getting their first win, making these memories. You know, it's one of those things that the chat's still reliving their glory days, and here Aaron's in the height of his, and you know, it's good, a cool thing to see young horsemen getting their feet off the ground here in the Illinois Fair circuits.
Kurt's on the phone now. Hopefully we'll have some finishes here in just a second in race 8.
And what infractions, Randy?
He's a busy man on the phone.
He is. Just a little bit behind. About 20 minutes behind where we should be at this point, but we're making progress.
The photo finishes are tough on us, aren't they?
Yeah. A couple of those this evening. and while we give you a good vantage point from up here on the camera, it looks really well for judging what happens down the shadow. We talked about shadows. Kurt talked about Lisa in the shadows. It's shadowy right here.
It is,
and
you
so,
know.
Even the camera can't adjust.
Grandstands and poles and different things that are casting shadows across the track.
So as we get ready to things, they've got the lights on here. They brought in some temporary lights that are in turns 3 and 4. I call them, you call that turn 1 and that one turn 2. I call it 1, 2, 3, 4 because I'm a NASCAR guy.
I've adjusted to your lingo, but yeah, you're making it 4 turns on a half mile.
That way, if you say that's turn 1, well, where in turn 1 did it happen?
Entering or leaving turn 1?
Well, see? Then you have
just
to have
lingo.
words to it.
Well, you do, but
it's kind of like my football friends talking about changes. When in my day it was called the wishbone, now it's called the full house.
yeah.
Then you've got the flea flicker that's called now what is hook and ladder.
Right.
You
Right.
know,
Hook and ladder.
Same
Yep.
things, different names, but for a different generation.
Sounds a little more professional, right? Hook and ladder versus flea flicker.
And flea flicker sounds like, playing football in a backyard.
It
Brings
does.
it that homey thing.
When you call it out, you definitely know you're getting something special, right?
It's kind of like the old skit Bill Cosby used to do is you get down past the Cadillac and cut in between it and the Chevrolet. And,
Right.
And the other guy, you just go long.
Just
go long. That was a post pattern. Go long. And so as we continue with things here, that they get it sorted out, Kurt's taking the opportunity to get untangled.
I'm looking across the backstretch to see who I'm supposed to be looking for. There's Clay's out there. Darla was just in the winner's circle, so she might be a bit late coming from her barn. Looks like here comes Fat Man. So we get 2 of the 3 horses out there anyway.
Pebbles will be shouting out the Fat Man this race. She usually does, right?
Yeah, usually.
Folks, a quick note. Pick a winner players in the upcoming 9th race. Reminder, scratch the 1 Exhibition and scratch the 2 Shady Maple Becky. Let's try to sort through what frankly has been a mess in race 8. We had the 3-horse winning, then it was the 2-horse winning, then we said no disqualification. Now there is a disqualification. So we need to tell you the winner's fine. The 2 major statement is fine. Contrary to the earlier announcement, number 3, That's the Star, who finished 2nd, is disqualified and placed 3rd for interference going to the quarter-mile mark against the 4, It's Major Carl Bombay. Number 4, It's Major Carl Bombay, who finished 3rd, is placed 2nd. Here is the entire official order of finish. Hello, Trevor finished 4th. Major Statement was the winner. That's the Star was 2nd, disqualified and placed 3rd. It's Major Carl Bombay was 3rd, placed 2nd. The quarter in 30 seconds flat, the half in 1:01 and 4, 3/4 in 1:34 flat, the time for the mile in 2:07 flat. With the placings, it reads 4, 1, 3, 2. And we do apologize for the confusion. Race number 9 is coming up.
Okay, 11 points for Lisa out of that deal, and you and I, she went from 1 point because of that change.
Yeah.
To 11 points.
That's a big swing.
So she has 80 points on the night to David's 48 to my 42.
At least I'm not.
Not a good night for Steve and David.
Not good for the boys' club, huh?
The boys' club tonight on picking. I guess picking by name, as Kurt said, might be the right thing to do.
I tell you what,
like
when the favorites are getting beat up this bad, sometimes it's not such a bad idea just to toss out your drawing names out of the hats or something.
Oh, boy. So, again, folks, that's why harness racing is so much fun, is because you just never know what's going to happen. It's like we said, there was a horse led 3/4 of the race, and it broke, in the last, in that a little bit of an 1/8 of a mile there, and it cost it the race.
Absolutely. You never know until they cross that wire. Anything can happen.
No different than NASCAR. You can have broken equipment, a lot of different things. I'm going to go to commercial really quick, David.
Avenatti Racing, a third-generation, family-run stable with a legacy of excellence. Centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs, Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing top-performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email avenattiracing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing, from yearling to racetrack, we build contenders.
Buddy Simpson is someone who was inducted a few years ago into the Illinois Harness Racing Hall of Fame. Passed away in the fall of 2023. Buddy Simpson used to love coming to this fair. It's a long haul from Fairfield, but Buddy Simpson started coming to this fair back in the 1950s, and his son Clay now carries on that tradition of the Simpson stable racing at Farmer City. Here they come, race number 9. They are off and trotting. 9 races in, and this crowd is still going wild, cheering for these horses and drivers, and that is fantastic to see and to hear. It is Betting on You who goes out for the early lead around the first turn, racing toward the quarter. Goldie's Louise is second, and Battle Shoe Honey is third. These 3 line up nose to tail as they head off the first turn and up the back stretch. Betting on You is the leader. So Darla Martin Lohman, her nephew, just got that first career win. Now Darla, who's a veteran of the racing battles over the years, she has won literally hundreds of races, both at the county fairs and the pari-mutuels across the Midwest, and she's got the lead here early in race number 9 with Betting on You, who guides the field around that upper turn. The lead's just 1 length. Goldie's Louise goes second by 1.5 lengths, and Battle Shoe Honey is racing in the 3rd position. They work their way to the top of the stretch. As we go deeper into the day, it gets tougher and tougher to see unless you've got a camera operator right outside the announcer's booth, and it's fun to look through the viewfinder. Thank you, Lisa Surratt. We appreciate that. Halfway home in race number 9, it is Betting on You who shows the way by just 1 length. Goldie's Louise is second by 1 length. Battle Shoe Honey is racing in 3rd. Back around the turn they go and head toward the 5/8 mile mark. Betting on You is the leader. Betting on You is on top by 1 length, and Goldie's Louise is right behind the leader. Still there, still waiting, still second. Likewise, Battle Shoe Honey yet to move from 3rd, but that's about to change. There goes Battle Shoe Honey. Clay Simpson. We were talking about Clay when they were coming down for the start. The driver out of Fairfield gears up on the outside, trying to take second now with Battle Shoe Honey, and got to catch Betting on You, who still leads. And Betting on You leads Battle Shoe Honey by 1 length around the final turn. Goldie's Louise has lost ground and has faded back to 3rd after breaking stride, and now Battle Shoe Honey is off stride. That's going to leave Betting on You all alone with the lead and for the win. How about that? Darla's nephew wins. Now Darla comes out and wins. It's a good evening at the races for the Martin family. Darla Martin Lohman comes home with a convincing win here with Betting on You. Good battle for the 2nd position. Battle Shoe Honey and Goldie's Louise separated by about a head or a neck coming across the wire to wrap things up in race 9. We will recap it, and we'll meet the winner down trackside here in just a moment. Pick a winner, players, as we look ahead to race 10, scratch number 2, Ranging Motion. In the 10th race, scratch number 2, Ranging Motion.
Another good finish there, even though it wasn't close for first place. The second place horses, because they both broke, David.
A 3-horse race, it's still a photo for second. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
It's, you can't ask for tighter finishes tonight. We're having a good showing for this crowd, and as Kurt was saying, they're still loud. We're getting, the sun's getting peeking down, and the people are still having a good time here in Farmer City. Great crowds love great horse racing.
4-5-3. Lisa got 2 points. I got 11 points, and David got 1 point, the way I look at it there. Of course, I've been known to be wrong before. Just confirmed that with my wife. So in race 9, let's see. You picked 2-4-3, didn't you?
Yeah, 2-4-3. So I went 4-3.
So
5.
6 points for you. I got that wrong. And for me, I got the middle one right. So
here's a roan
11.
horse coming.
Now returning in front of the stands, the winner of race 9, taking the Illinois-bred 3-year-old filly trot. How about a hand for Betting on You, Darla Martin Lohman? Betting on You is owned by Larry Longnecker of Sumner. Also down in southeastern Illinois, Double K Acres of Tuscola bred and raised this filly, sold her for $10,500 as a yearling at the Illini Classic yearling sale. This 3-year-old filly is by Lindy's True Grit out of Betcha by Cash Hall. 8th career victory for Betting on You. Got a good name for a racehorse and picks up the victory here this evening as the Martin Stable and Martin Lohman Stable continue to roll on here tonight at Farmer City. Been a very competitive evening of racing so far here. A lot of good finishes and close finishes, and that was the exception there because looked like we were headed toward a pretty good battle, and then the other two trotters broke stride on the final turn. But that's not to take away from that win by Betting on You. You don't win 7 races prior by just somehow backing into it. That's a nice trotter. Here's the full field rundown, and it is official for that 9th race. From the top, Exhibition was scratched. Shady Maple Becky was also scratched. Goldie's Louise finished 3rd. Betting on You was the winner, and Battle Shoe Honey was the runner-up. They got the opening quarter in 34 seconds. The first half mile was 1:06 and 2. 3 quarters was 1:39 flat, and the time for the mile 2:10 and 3/5. It reads down scratch, scratch, 3-1-2. 10th race on the way. Again, reminder, scratch the 2, Ranging Motion. Driver for the 1, Fox Valley Luger, that is Demarius Wakefield. Number 1, Fox Valley Luger, Demarius Wakefield, the driver. And on the 6, Lou Beduino, Matt Avenatti. Number 6, Lou Beduino, the driver, Matt Avenatti. While we wait.
Looking to move your mobile home? Need a roll-off dumpster at a competitive rate? Or maybe it's time to demo that old mobile home? Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport has you covered. We serve Central Illinois with reliable mobile home transport, offer affordable roll-off dumpsters for the Springfield area, and provide expert demolition services across Illinois and Missouri. For fast, friendly service, call Wayne Decker at 217-313-9744. That's 217-313-9744. Or find Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport on Facebook, your one-stop solution for mobile home services.
Back with them, David. We want to let them know they can advertise with us. Simply get in touch with David Brink. The number and so forth is on the screen. And you found a different way to put the times in, David, huh?
Yeah, it was faster to do it that way than to try to, because getting them all at one time, it takes me so long to put them in by the time we're on the next race. So that's working pretty well for now, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, and just to give people logistics, David and I are up here in the booth above the finish line. Sometimes we can't see everything going on below with Kurt. Lisa's out on the platform out here, so she's getting above view. It's a little harder for you to see the finish sometimes, but she gives you a better view of the whole track. The judges
I think you got a better view up here.
Judges and timer and everyone else are across the way from us, so we're not getting those times like normally we're within earshot, or even if we're across the track, we've got Kurt in our ears, so as soon as he announces those times, we hear that. So that's the change up for tonight. And David, every track is different for us as far as the setup's concerned. I don't think we have any track that's exactly the same.
We've talked about how to send audio signal long distances, which would be the concern here, the problem here. I was talking to Fair Board President Kurt Holman earlier, and he said they talked to an expert to come in, and what would it take to get the equipment to have audio in the judges' stand and in the crow's nest up here. He said the quote was like almost $30,000.
I think it.
So it takes a lot of equipment to make that stuff happen. So the system they have working here in Farmer City is a little new or a little different, but it works for what we have. It works for the environment, for the infrastructure in place.
If Kurt's listening to this, have him talk to me after it's done, because I would think you could take your wireless antenna to a wireless mic, put an external antenna on it.
Well, it was a whole fair system, but I get what you're saying. You could do a
wireless microphone over there, in that, and Kurt would be over there, and we could plug into the board still from the long distance by just reversing some things, but it could be done. We talked about even having intercoms that the timer could wear that we could just listen on this side. We could shout out the times to Kurt, but some of those things we need to know ahead of time so that we can get that done. But we're glad that you're on board with us tonight as we get ready for race 10 to come into action here. David, let's handicap that before the horses get out here and ready to go.
Absolutely here. Race 10, the 3-year-old Colton Gilding Trot, the Lynn Franklin Memorial, for a purse of $2,543. I went on top to the 4, Lose Magnum out of the Brown Barn. My second choice was EJ Tropical Ranger. We saw that horse win at Carlinville, snuck up the inside and surprised us all. Tonight, anything's possible, so look for EJ Tropical Ranger. My third choice was Lou Beduino, picking up Matt Evanetti in the bike. Where are the Surratts on this one?
Well, I was going to point at the screen. Lisa's like you in the pick. She picked 4, but she flip-flopped the 6 and the 5.
She can't. She has to pick something different to make up those points, one way or the other. I respect her game.
Absolutely. And then on my side, I went totally different. I went with EJ's Topical Ranger first, and then the 4-horse second, and the 6-horse in that third place spot. But great shot. Lisa's got the camera pointed over there. The driver's milling around. Great sportsmanship between the drivers. Some of the things we have seen, what have we seen as far as finishes are concerned? We've seen the whip drag.
The whip drag, yeah, the point.
And the point. There's several things that we see going on the track. Just because these guys, even though they're competitors, they're great friends.
Absolutely.
Horses are on the track and are headed to the starting gate for race 10, Illinois Standardbred Association 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot. This is the Lynn Franklin Memorial, remembering someone who helped head up the racing office here for many, many years and worked tirelessly to promote harness racing at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair. Number 1, Fox Valley Luger, owned and trained by John Smith of Flowood, Mississippi. Demarius Wakefield is the driver. 2, Ranging Motion Scratch. 3, Frontier Duke, owned by Jackson Loy of Beecher City, trained and driven by Mike Rogers. 4, Lose Magnum, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Jill Brown. Jill's in the bike. 5, EJ Tropical Ranger, owned, trained, and driven by Cornelius Cavett of Virgins. And 6, Lou Beduino, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Jill Brown. The driver will be Matt Avenatti, headed to the gate for race 10 on this Monday evening at the Farmer City Fair. It'll be a busy racing week coming up on Wednesday. They go racing at the Menard County Fair in Petersburg at 11 a.m. and scheduled to race both Thursday and Friday at the DuQuoin State Fairgrounds. The Suburban Downs Summer Downstate meeting continues this Thursday and Friday at DuQuoin. Of course, the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair, this is the opening evening for the fair. Got a lot going on this week all the way through Saturday. Pick up a copy of the premium book. If you haven't got one already, swing by the fair office and get one this week. It's got the full grandstand entertainment schedule and also the full judging schedule as well. Right now, trotters are at the post. The gate is rolling for race number 10. Lynn Franklin. He was someone that could be very intimidating, especially if you didn't know him. And I can remember I always was intimidated by Lynn. He always had kind of a stern look about him, but you got to know him and you found out he had a great sense of humor, and he really loved this sport of harness racing and loved this fair. It was an honor when Lynn Franklin would pick up the phone and say, I need you to come and work and be part of my team at Farmer City. And we remember Lynn Franklin with race 10. Here they come, top of the stretch. They are off and trotting, and there goes Luz Magnum out for the lead. Fox Valley Luger has early speed as well, and those two go side by side all the way down into the first turn. Fox Valley Luger has the advantage, but is rough gated off stride. Fox Valley Luger, the leader, has broken stride as they move off the first turn and onto the backstretch. Luz Magnum going to move by for the lead. Frontier Duke has broken stride. EJ Tropical Ranger, that was a nifty move by driver Cornelius Cavett, changing lanes on the move to move inside of the braking horses and move up into the second position. Lou Beduino will move by and take over the third spot. And again, Frontier Duke and Fox Valley Luger drop out to the back. That's the pair that broke stride as they were headed up the backstretch after the opening eighth of a mile. No problems, though, for Luz Magnum, who's got the lead out to some 9 lengths after 3/8 of a mile. EJ Tropical Ranger is racing in second. Lou Beduino takes to the outside from third. Frontier Duke is in the fourth position, and Fox Valley Luger last to the 5, halfway home in the Lynn Franklin Memorial here at Farmer City. Luz Magnum the leader, but the lead is shrinking. It had been as much as 9 lengths. Now it's down to 4. EJ Tropical Ranger closing that ground from the inside lane in second position with a challenge there from Lou Beduino, who's 1 lane to the outside, in third and is racing up again to put the test to the second place trotter, EJ Tropical Ranger. In fact, second through fifth is separated by 3.5 lengths. There goes Fox Valley Luger moving 3 wide into fourth, up and around the outside of Frontier Duke, who's last of the 5, and they're all chasing Luz Magnum, who has the lead with a quarter mile to go here in race 10. It is Luz Magnum has the lead. Now the lead is stabilized at about 3.5 lengths over Lou Beduino, who is second, just over an eighth of a mile to go. A gap of 3 more lengths. Fox Valley Luger has made up a lot of ground, coming from last to be third, but the leader, Luz Magnum, is in the stretch looking for his 4th career victory. Jill Brown looking for her 2nd win on the night as trainer, and she's about to earn it with Luz Magnum. Luz Magnum wins it by some 3.5 lengths on the line. Lou Beduino second, Fox Valley Luger was third, Frontier Duke was fourth, and EJ Tropical Ranger across the wire in fifth. We'll recap it for you in just a moment and have the presentation for the Lynn Franklin Memorial. In the upcoming 11th race, remember, pick a winner, players. Number 5, Luz Interceptor, is a scratch. Race number 10 goes in the books. More in a moment.
Okay, David, 4-6-1 on that finish.
Luz Magnum taking it coast to coast for Jill Brown. Congratulations to the Connections. I know that's a little special win, having 2 wins on the card today after the tough week they've had. I'm sure it makes it feel a little bit better to go out there and have your horses perform the way they have in spite of everything. So congratulations to the Browns. Congratulations to the Flacos and all the Connections of Luz Magnum.
And I'll have to go back and look at, well, I'm not going to go back and do it. I did it for everybody. Scoring might be a couple of points off is all for third place. I might have been given a couple extra points for third place, but at any rate, it is what it is. But 4-6-1, and it looks like Lisa got the 4-6 right of that, so she has got 15 points on that race.
Yeah, I guess Browns took 1-2 in that race, so it's a pretty good race for the Connections, huh?
Absolutely. And so nice for their barn and what went on with that barn.
Yeah, happy to see Jill. She's always such a big smile on her face whenever you see her out here with her horses. She doesn't love anything more than to work with her horses and to see them do well and to see them develop and progress. As
last Friday night, Jill Brown stood watching the barn ablaze at the Coles County Fairgrounds, and she told folks at the time, how do you go forward? Because when something like that happens, it hits so hard, and the immediate reaction is, I don't even know if I want to race horses anymore, much less have to turn around and get right back to racing the first of the week. Well, we said it earlier tonight, resilience is a key part of the harness racing industry. Jill Brown here tonight, 2 wins as trainer, including this win as driver. How about a hand for Jill Brown with Luz Magnum? Congratulations. Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco and son Rick are trackside. There's the Lynn Franklin Memorial banner. being unfurled. Mary Jane and everyone moves in to offer congratulations to our winning connections, the owner-breeder Flacco Family Farms of this 3-year-old gelded son of Lou's Legacy out of Lima Sunlight by Broadway Hall. 4th career victory for Lou's Magnum. Another reason that Jill Brown carries on in that race bike this evening, those are the colors once worn by her late father, Jack James. She grew up in the business watching her dad race, watching her dad win, and watching her dad win at places like the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair. Tough as nails, Jill Brown. Congratulations, Jill. Well done. Full field rundown is available for that 10th race, so let's go ahead and give you a look at that right now. It is official. From the top, Fox Valley Luger was 3rd. Ranging Motion was scratched. Frontier Duke was 4th. Lou's Magnum, the winner, EJ Tropical Ranger finished 5, and Lou Beduino was the runner-up. A 1-2 finish for trainer Jill Brown and the Flacco Family Farms. The opening quarter went in 32 and 4/5 seconds. The first half mile, 1:05 and 3/5. 3 quarters in 1:38 flat, and the time for the mile, 2:09 flat. Reads down 3 scratch 4, 1-5-2. Race 11 is on the way. Scratch the 5, Lou's Interceptor. Let's pass along some drivers for you. In this 11th race, the driver of the 2, Zena Lou, that'll be Jill Brown. Jill Brown drives the 2, Zena Lou. And the driver of number 3, Mariah Lou, will be Matt Avenatti. Number 3, Mariah Lou, will be Matt Avenatti. And then all the way down to the bottom of the page, the 6, Fox Valley Quest, that driver will be Clark Fairley. Number 6, Fox Valley Quest, the driver is Clark Fairley. The free-for-all trot is on the way as we check back in downstairs with Brent Cordes.
All right, David, let's talk about Kerr Auction Company, Mount Sterling, for just a minute here, as they've had an auction today. 2-ring auction up in Adrian, Minnesota. Next auction, Timewell, July 28th. Scott Market Farm Retirement Sale. The 29th, they have a sale in Mount Sterling. Implement sale and a tool sale going on the same day. August the 14th, August the 19th, August the 28th. They're up in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Wyoming, McLeansboro, Illinois. You name it, Kerr Auction is all over the United States doing heavy equipment auctions.
Absolutely. If you have any kind of interest in tractors or implements or attachments or any kind of farm pieces of, Kerr has it all. They're always looking for equipment, always have consignments that are, great farms and great pieces of equipment to sell. And they're, like I keep talking about, the app, the cutting edge of trying to get ahead of the curve and get online is a huge benefit. It allows you to shop, from all their auctions from your comfort of your own couch.
All right, with that, we'll head into race 11 on this 14 race card here as we take a look at that.
We've got Matt in the chat asking where we're at. Matt, we are in Farmer City, Illinois, the DeWitt County Fair, the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair here in the Illinois County Fair Racing Circuit. We're glad you stumbled across us on YouTube, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. And
making new fans.
And again, Lisa and I are headed over into Indiana, Hoosier Park at Anderson, Indiana. I'm looking for places to eat over there because we're going to have breakfast and lunch.
Absolutely.
We'll probably eat supper at the track.
I would help you if I knew any good thing, but I haven't been to Hoosier myself yet, so I'm a little jealous of you guys.
We'll take lots of pictures and make you even more jealous.
And we'll put them in the broadcast next time. That'll be awesome. These will be lots of fun.
We'll take pictures of the guys.
We need to get you to a winner's circle. I need to work on that, don't I? I need to look at the card, see who's racing and who's available. Marcus Miller said if he's in, you're welcome to go with his winners out there to the winner's circle. But
and you talk about young drivers. Marcus is in my mind out there as one of the young drivers he was coming up. Him coming to Mount Sterling and then going to school with him getting his 4-year degree and racing while he was up in Chicago and doing such a great job. But that's a memory for me, is Marcus coming
He
up.
works so hard as an ambassador for the sport. He was one of the first horsemen kind of on Twitter giving his thoughts about the race and how it unfolded and what's going to happen with his drives. And, he's always trying to think of what's coming in the future. And he's a very talented driver, to say the least. I mean, he's got numerous wins. I think a Breeders' Crown under his belt or two. But like I said, there's so many good horsemen at Hoosier. A lot of them came through this circuit. A lot of them came through some of these fairs. And all we got to do is figure out who's racing and get you connected to them. But I'll work on that for sure.
All right. One of the other things I want to mention out here, we're working with one of the best in the business tonight as far as track announcers are concerned. Kurt Becker is top of the line, folks. He not only does horse racing of all kinds,
yes,
but he does also NASCAR. And I'm a big NASCAR fan, and I tell you what, when he's on the NASCAR network and doing a turn, I've got the TV turned down and the radio turned up so that I can hear Kurt Becker's call in the corners, because he does such a great job. And in fact, by doing that, here a couple of weeks ago, he went from a turn announcer up into the booth, and I got to listen to him the whole race up in the booth. But one of the best in the business.
I don't think anyone really grasps how lucky we are in Illinois to have Carl and Kurt and Ed and all the long line of great announcers. But Kurt, to me, is top of the list. Kurt's such a professional. People don't realize the small things he does. Watching the race replay of the accident at Knoxville, I saw people online commenting of how great a job the announcer did to call, a heads-up call, what was going on the track. And, those little things that seem like commonplace to us horsemen, that stuff is helpful to everyone else on the grounds. And Kurt's ability to just throw those in there and always be thinking ahead is second to none. And he's so polished; everything comes out perfectly.
He's got all kinds of notes. He comes with this whole big thing. I think he spends all week doing his research to get ready for this.
I think the notes are just organizing his thoughts. They're all up here somewhere. He just has to kind of put them down and organize them out and get them the right race, the right notes, and everything.
And the other person I want to shout out to is my wife, Lisa, out here running the camera. Folks, Harness Tube does not do what it does without a great camera person. And the shots you get now, she's taking a break. It's a 14-race night.
Yeah.
And in normal cases, David and I are helping each other. If we need to go to the restroom or whatever, Lisa is usually out there like the 26 races indicator. She was it, folks. And
that nurse's bladder is an amazing thing. She does some great work for us. But I tell you what, she does an awesome job following the horses, and she's a people watcher. I'm a people watcher myself. She finds the interesting shots to get for us to throw up on the broadcast. Unfortunately, we can't see the grandstand patrons tonight, but we still have some good shots of the horsemen and looking over the outside rail there and the draw getting all that stuff.
I'm going to say Farmer City's got the most vocal crowd that we have
Isn't
had
it impressive?
this season.
I think they're race fans, and that goes a long, long way. Just looking for excitement, looking for movement. Their eyes are kind of maybe tuned in a little more to that, just the stock car track here.
And David, let's do one thing while we're waiting here. We don't have as many horses because we had people that raced last night, and those horses are not eligible to race, correct?
Right.
And we have horses racing tomorrow. Is it tomorrow in Petersburg?
One note for the upcoming 11th
so
race, the
you can only
driver
race
of
how
the
much?
Ford Django
Once
will
every
be
couple
Jacob
days,
Radel. The owner-trainer, Jacob Radel, also will drive number 4 Django. I heard Brent heard the discussion regarding Farmer City Raceway. I heard one of the greatest compliments that a track can ever receive back when the World of Outlaws late model series came here back in the spring. And it was interesting to hear the driver that won the feature that night. The first thing he said when he climbed from the car, he said, "I told the World of Outlaws series director, don't touch the track." And he said the reason is the track crew at Farmer City does such a great job. This track is known for always being competitive. We talked about it earlier. Every lane of that infield high-banked oval is competitive. You can get grip. You can find a good racing groove, whether you're high, low, or right down the middle. So when the winner of the World of Outlaws late model feature got out of the car that night, first thing he said was, "We told the World of Outlaws series director, we love you, but don't touch the track." That was the highest form of praise, and gives you an idea of the job that this track crew does here week in, week out, all throughout the entire racing season. Getting ready to go here shortly with race number 11. Horsemen come to the track as we will recap all the driver changes for you here in just a moment. The free-for-all trot coming up.
Steve, our friend Matt here in the chat, he does the Ohio Fairs, he says. It's a very nice broadcast. He does the Ohio Fairs. It looks like a nice track. Matt, you couldn't be more right. The crew here does a great job. This track, you know, Kurt was just talking about their stock car track, but we're seeing some nice fast miles out here in the harness world as well.
Absolutely. And we look at this track. This track is mostly a dirt track. There's not a bit of lime on that track, David.
No, and it's so good for the horses, but we'll toss it back to Kurt.
Horses are on the track, $800 the purse. Race number 11, the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair free-for-all trot. Number 1 is Fox Valley Jesse, owned by Sherry Boldovich of Lakewood, Colorado, Jamaica Patton of Rochester, Illinois, Linda Allhands of Monticello, trained by Jamaica Patton. Walter Holmes III is the driver. Number 2 is Zena Lou, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained and also driven this evening by Jill Brown. 3, Mariah Lou, owned by the Flacco Family Farms, trained by Jill Brown. The driver is Matt Avenetti. 4, Django, owned, trained, and also driven tonight by Jacob Radel of Edgewood. 5 is Scratch. 6 is Fox Valley Quest, owned by Chris and Jill Brown of Charleston, trained by Jill Brown, and the driver, contrary to the program, is Clark Fairley. They are at the post, and the gate is rolling. Mention the fact that Linda Allhands, who's here this evening, is one of the owners of number 1 Fox Valley Jesse. And she has a daughter, Linda does, who is a business person, owns a business right here in DeWitt County in the town of Clinton. If you've ever been over to the aquarium store, J Squared, Jessica and Jamie Durbin, they are members of the business community, and I know that Linda always enjoys the chance to visit about J Squared when we go racing at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair. Here they come for race number 11. They are off and trotting. There goes Fox Valley Jesse out for the early lead. Zena Lou out second. Django comes away a wide third. And Fox Valley Quest is fourth as they swing around that first turn. And then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Mariah Lou, who is last of the 5. Still side by side for the lead. Fox Valley Jesse to the inside. And Zena Lou moves up on the outside. Zena Lou now takes the lead by just a neck over Fox Valley Jesse in second. Django right behind that front pair in third. And then a gap of 3.5 to 4 more lengths back to Fox Valley Quest in fourth position as they move by the quarter and work their way around that upper turn. Back up at the front of the field, that battle has finally gone away for the lead. That's because Zena Lou cleared with the lead. Django just broke stride. Django has broken stride and now drops out to the back of the pack after racing in third position early on. But no problem so far for Zena Lou, who's got the lead by 3 lengths over Fox Valley Jesse, who's starting to move up a little closer now, halfway home in the free-for-all trot. 8 more lengths back to Fox Valley Quest in third, 3 back of that one to Mariah Lou in fourth, and 3 back of that one to Django, back trotting, but now in fifth and racing a little better than a dozen lengths off the lead. After 5/8 of a mile, it is Zena Lou who's got the lead, looking for her 9th career victory here this evening, but chased all the way by Fox Valley Jesse. She's looking for career win number 8. There's a margin of 5 more lengths back to Fox Valley Quest as they go by the 3/4 mile mark, then Mariah Lou, and then Django at the back as the field moves by the 3/4, and it is Zena Lou who is the one to catch. Zena Lou leads it already tonight. Jill Brown has a training double, and she's got 1 driving win, and she's wanting to pad those statistics just a bit here in race number 11, and has a 5-length lead off the final turn with Zena Lou back to Fox Valley Jesse, and then Fox Valley Quest to the inside. Jill Brown going back to the winner's circle. This time, Zena Lou taking the free-for-all trot. Zena Lou wins it, and wins it by 4 lengths. It was Fox Valley Quest home second, and then it was Fox Valley Jesse across the line with Mariah Lou, followed by Django, who finished fifth. We'll meet the winner in just a moment. Zena Lou wins for Jill Brown. Pick a winner, players. Race 12 is coming up. And remember, scratch the 4 Mach Diesel, scratch the 6 La Parca. Race 12, scratch the 4 Mach Diesel, and scratch the 6 La Parca. Again, we'll meet the winner of race 11 shortly.
Okay, David. 261. 261. Did anybody pick 261?
I boxed it. Yeah, my second and third were off, but I got the right horses in the mix anyway.
Yeah, Lisa got 2, and then she got a box, and you got, so basically 12 points for you, 11 points for her, and 2 points for me.
Well, it happens, but we have Archie in the chat I threw up there before we went to the start of this race. Archie's watching from the couch. He said it's awfully difficult watching from home, but we want to congratulate him on the new bundle of joy in the family, and we wish you were here, but hey, someone else is getting the drives in your absence, bud. Here come the Flacos again back across the infield. You know, it's always a little heartwarming to see, after such a tragedy, see the connections have a little good luck and get to see them smile in the winner's circle and congratulate each other, because you know what, a few days ago it was an awfully hard time.
Well, I hate to say this, tragedy when family comes together, and in this case the harness family and the horse racing family comes together. Out of tragedy comes great things.
And Kurt said it best, resilient. You know, these horses, they're in the barn every day whether something happens to us or not, and they need fed and they need taken care of. So as a horseman, you just put your head down and you get back in your routine and good things happen.
Well, David, I see as a pastor, community being a big thing. The people that do not have a community of any kind when hard things happen have a hard time dealing with it, and they get lost in their grief, they get lost in the tragedy or of any event. But when you've got community
returning in front of the stands, ladies, how about the job done by Jill Brown? She leads all trainers with 3 wins, and she's tied as leading driver tonight with 2. How about Jill Brown? She wins the free-for-all trot with Zena Lou here this evening. That's back-to-back wins for the Flaco family farms of Alexis as owner and breeder. 3 wins total for them tonight as breeder. Another winner tonight for their flagship stallion, Lou's Legacy, the reigning Illinois Trotting Stallion of the Year. Zena Lou, a 5-year-old daughter of Lou's Legacy out of Fox Valley Lexus by Vaporize. Fox Valley Lexus has been an excellent producer over the years, just a top-level broodmare. 30 top 3 finishes and 64 starts coming into this race tonight, and now adding another victory. Zena Lou, the time for the mile, 2:05 and 2/5 of a second. 2:05 and 2. Congratulations to our winning connections. Here's the full field rundown. It is official for that 11th race. From the top, Fox Valley Jesse was 3rd. Zena Lou, the winner. Mariah Lou finished 4th. Django finished 5. Lou's Interceptor scratched, and Fox Valley Quest was the runner-up. The quarter in 31 seconds, the half in 1:01, 3/4 1:32 and 2/5. The time for the mile 2:05 and 2/5 of a second. It reads down 3:14.5 scratch 2. 12th race is on the way. A reminder, scratch 4 Mach Diesel and scratch the 6 La Parca. As far as drivers are concerned, the driver of number 1 will be Kajavian Carter. The driver of number 1 will be Kajavian Carter. He is a brother to Juckwavian, who was originally programmed. Now, Kajavian has talked to us, and he will smile and nod his head, and he'll say, I get it, my first name's pretty long. And he said sometimes that can be a little challenging, so he said, I've got the letters J-A-I right smack dab in the middle of my first name. And he said, I do go by the nickname JJ. So you can just do it shorthand if you want, J-A-I, J-A-I. Kajavian J.J. Carter is the driver of number 1 Heavy Pressure. On the 3, be going away, Demarius Wakefield. Number 3, Be Going Away. Make the driver Demarius Wakefield. We'll go back downstairs to Brent Cordis. Brent, I'll tell you what.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
David, we like to hear from our fans out there on YouTube. It's been a great night of interaction through YouTube on there. Lots of people reaching out and talking to us about different topics that we've had or cheering on their favorite driver. We want people to continue to do that. You can see how to do it. Easiest way is on the YouTube because we can flash those right up on the screen.
Yeah, they're real quick to throw them up on the screen. But, yeah, we can take text, we can take emails, we can take YouTube, Facebook, whatever have you. If you have any kind of contact with us, we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to share your stories, your favorite memories, and your – I was just looking through the program here on the one talking about JJ Heavy Pressure. That horse was bred by Rod and Rita Williams, double RW Farms from up in Henderson, something near Aledo. And that name rings a bell for me because they were really close to the Bowens, and they bred a little filly that we raced by the name of Silky Broad. Those of you remember that mare, she was a half-sister to the great Park Lane Powerful, who went on to become a great champion in the state of Illinois. But, yeah, Silky Broad came from the double RW Farms, and we had many good horses for Rod and Rita. Look, the backstretch over there.
Yeah, she's got some pictures back there, a horse in the stall, just enjoying things out there. Unfortunately, just got to watch the backstretch. It doesn't have harness tube on and a TV in front of it. But, hey, getting to see part of the race there. But, folks, get out to the county fairs. Excitement is there. There's
as Kurt was just saying, some of these fan bases are so loyal that it can be, palpable just showing up and being part of the excitement. So we welcome you to come out. We challenge you to come out. Next time we're at a fair and you're anywhere near, show up at the fair and come say hi, please.
Yeah, now in Paris, we will be in our own little booth downstairs. You
True.
can catch Lisa off in the stands. We're hoping for cool weather for her. Urbana, you will find all three of us.
Right in the grandstand.
Right in the grandstands there doing the broadcast. I'm even bringing my granddaughter along. Hopefully we've asked her to come on to see if she get the bug in her
Absolutely.
ear.
We'll get her on the broadcast too then.
Absolutely. And so we're going to be there. And then Lewiston, we haven't been able to broadcast there. Do you have any idea where we're broadcasting from there?
I talked to him last year. I need to touch base again this year. I think it's a wireless mic, if I'm not mistaken, in the judges' stand. So we might be setting up something similar to this or something.
Okay.
We'll figure it out, though.
But we'll figure it out as we go. And then, like I say, come see us in Charleston and Altamont. David and I will be in the infield on both of those. Lisa will be in the stands. And then the Brown County Fair will, who knows what we're going to do there. We may set up differently. We may be in the grandstand so we can interact with our local peeps at that one.
That'll be fun, yeah, for sure.
As Lisa gets ready for us for this race, handicapping, basically everybody box 3, 2, 1.
Here's a good note on the chat. CD Page comments that Farmer City is the home of Bid to Fame, the 1982 Maywood Pace winner. How cool is that? I didn't even know that. That's before my time, but the Maywood Pace was a big race there in Chicago on the half-mile oval at Maywood Park. And one of the winners was from right here in DeWitt County, so pretty cool.
3-2-1 and 3-1-2. Appreciate
Nope, I covered up a year. Sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah, Mark Walker's in the chat saying he appreciates all of our efforts promoting the sport. Mark, we appreciate all you're doing with the ISA and everything, so keep it happening, bud. Where are we at, Steve, with the picks?
3-2-1 for David and I, and 3-1-2 for Lisa. So everybody boxed everything the same here in race 12 with 2 scratches. We've got 4 horses in this race, and everybody looking for Be Going Away. Demarius Wakefield driving that horse. Everybody's looking for that to win.
Horses are on the track, race 12,
City DeWitt County Fair, the free-for-all pace, a purse of $800. Number 1, Heavy Pressure, owned by Latoya Hewlett, Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, Kajavian Carter, QHY''JAIVYIAN, but he goes by JJ. He drives the 1, Heavy Pressure. 2, Takara's Fire, owned by Perry Tillman Jr., Bolton, Mississippi, trained and driven by Isaac Love. Number 3, Be Going Away, owned by Ivan Russell Foltz of Mount Jackson, Virginia, trained by Archie Buford. Driver has been changed there to Demarius Wakefield. 4 is Scratched. 5 is Revelry, owned by Candy Herzog of Beecher City, Jackson Loy of Beecher City, trained by Chris Brown, the driver. Cornelius Cavett. Scratched the 6, La Parca, getting ready to head to the post for race 12. Did I hear David Brink say, did somebody check in, was it in the comment section about Bid to Fame? Was a Farmer City horse that won the Maywood Pace, one of the biggest races in Chicago. I tempted to say that was trainer Charlie Page. Is that what we've got there? Yes. Okay. Charlie Page was one heck of a horseman. I can remember as a kid growing up, my dad always marveled at Charlie Page's ability with a horse. So when you mentioned that, boy, that brought back some memories. That is fantastic. It's such a rich and long-standing racing history here at Farmer City. Some amazing horses have trained here in this community and in many cases trained right here on this racetrack. Right now we're at the post. The gate's rolling. Race 12, the free-for-all pace. Still, we have 2 more races to go after this. Thanks for staying with us, folks. Great to have you with us on a Monday night, opening night of the 94th DeWitt County Fair at Farmer City. I mean, the cheers are incredible. We are after 8:30. We've been racing here for 3 hours tonight. These fans are amazing, and we are often pacing with Heavy Pressure, moving out to take the early lead for J.J. Carter as they swing around the first turn. As Be Going Away will go in second position up the back stretch. Revelry is racing in third, and Takara's Fire is last of the 4. Single file formation here. Heavy Pressure will show the way early on. Heavy Pressure, former all-age track record holder at the Pana Tri-County Fair, zipped a mile there a few years ago in 1:56.2 and leads the way here tonight at Farmer City as we race under the lights now on a Monday night. So Heavy Pressure shows the way. Be Going Away is racing in second. Revelry is third, and Takara's Fire is last of the 4 as they continue to line up nose to tail, moving through the stretch and past the half-mile mark in the free-for-all pace. So far, Heavy Pressure has led all the way. Still leads Be Going Away by a length and a half. Demarius Wakefield looks over his shoulder to keep an eye on Revelry back there in third, and a gap of nearly 5 more lengths now back to Takara's Fire, who is racing fourth and last. Back around the lower turn and onto the backstretch, Heavy Pressure is the leader. Heavy Pressure shows the way by 2 lengths. Be Going Away is second by a length and a half. Revelry racing in third, and then a widening gap back to the trailer, which is Takara's Fire, as they go by the 3/4 mile mark. Heavy Pressure is the leader, and Heavy Pressure is opening up here with every stride. Heavy Pressure, J.J. Carter, a widening 5, 6, 7-length lead to the top of the stretch. Be Going Away is traveling in second. J.J. Carter, young aspiring horseman, is headed to the winner's circle. He is about to score a first career victory. J.J. Carter under the wire to win it. Kajavian comes home on top with Heavy Pressure. It was Be Going Away in second, Revelry was home third, and Takara's Fire finished in fourth. What a night of racing at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair. Another young up-and-coming horseman has broken on through into the winner's circle. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. 13th race is on the way. Scratch the 4, Hype Your Bestie Up. Number 4, Hype Your Bestie Up, scratched in the next race.
Steve, another race and another young winner. How about that, huh?
That is awesome.
Pretty special. I got Mom in the chat saying, let's go, Jay. Here comes brother. Here comes Jordan. And the whole crowd's coming back over for the 2 first-time winners.
Here.
I tell you what, this is what horse racing is all about. First lifetime wins, big milestones, close-knit community, live grandstands that are popping. I mean, this is a good night of racing, folks.
track
Oh,
all age
all
record.
age track record. That is your
158.
158 flat.
All right, Jaquavian, did your brother do a good job out there? Yep, he says thumbs up. He did. He did. Jordan Patton, do you agree? Yep, 2 thumbs up. Absolutely. Okay, guys, we've got even more good news. Not only has Kajavian J.J. Carter just scored his first career win, folks, you're not going to believe it. In the long 94-year history of this fair, you're looking at the fastest harness horse ever on this racetrack. New track record, 158 flat.
Oh, I love it.
I mean, if you're going to score your first win, why not do it in grand fashion, right? And this has been fun. We have now seen 2 drivers tonight, Aaron Martin earlier and now J.J. Carter, score their first career victories. And J.J. does it by the track record, folks.
Holy smokes.
As he gets a playful swat on the back end there from his brother Jaquavian, who then gives him an affectionate pat on the helmet. The track record, the all-age track record coming into tonight's races, it had stood since 1997.
Wow.
It was a horse named Baby Ransom in 158 and 3 that was trained and driven by one of the greatest ever to come out of Illinois, Irv Miller. So a track record that has stood for 28 years has just gone by the wayside, courtesy of Heavy Pressure and J.J. Carter. Congratulations to LaToya Hewlett of Clinton, Mississippi. Trainer Roshan Trigg, he picks up his second win on the night. The winner, an Indiana-bred pacer by Real Desire. And I heard David Brink mention it on Harness Tube a moment ago before they went to the gate. He picked up on the fact, he said, Rod and Rita Williams, the double RW farm from up in the Aledo area in Mercer County. I heard David say they have bred some really nice horses over the years. David, you weren't kidding. That is career win number 31 for Heavy Pressure, a former track record holder at the Painted Tri-County Fair, and now the all-time track record holder here at Farmer City. Well, let's pass along the full field rundown. It's official for race 12. Heavy Pressure was the winner. Takara's Fire finished 4. Be Going Away was the runner-up. Mock Diesel was scratched. Revelry was 3rd. La Parca was scratched. The opening quarter was 30 and 1/5. The first half mile in a minute flat. 3/4, 1:29 and 1/5, and the time for the mile, 1:58 flat. Reads down 1-4-2, scratch 3, scratch. 13th race on the way. The Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association brings you the final 2 races on tonight's card. And in race 13, it is the filly and mare division for pacers age 3 and up. Scratch number 4, Hype Your Bestie Up. Brent, I couldn't tell you. I wish there was a place to go and find a stat.
Make plans now to attend the 27th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale, which takes place on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Once again this year, the catalog will offer not only a strong lineup of Illinois conceived and foaled yearlings, but also an excellent supporting cast of colts and fillies eligible to other state-bred programs in the Midwest and on the Eastern Seaboard. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 1st, beginning at 11 a.m. Central. Make plans now to attend the 27th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale, which takes place on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Once again this year, the catalog will offer not only a strong lineup of Illinois conceived and foaled yearlings, but also an excellent supporting cast of colts and fillies eligible to other state-bred programs in the Midwest and on the Eastern Seaboard. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 1st, beginning at 11 a.m. Central.
Want to thank everybody that's made donations to Harness Tube. That keeps us on the air free, folks. To all of you, that we can be on the air free, and we want to continue that. We want to thank all the people on the screen that have given us donation. We want to thank all of our advertisers, whether it be a billboard ad, as we call it, with no talking, or the 30-second ads out there for helping us stay on the air and pay the expenses. It does cost something to come 2 and 3 and 4 hours away from home to do that, for 3 of us to do that, and we appreciate that. And a lot of times we can't travel together because of the fact that David's trying to get off at noon. He's still working full time to come and do that. So today, to do this, folks, I want to let you know, because he's not up here to listen, David Brink, every time one of these races happens during the week, either has to take a full day vacation day or a half a day vacation day. That's why, like in Galesburg, Lisa and I went up by ourselves for that day of racing, because David had already taken time off work to be there the day before, and we didn't want him burning his vacation, all of his vacation. But he loves this sport so much that he is willing to do that, and a lot of times he's willing to burn the vacation pay because he loves harness racing. And so the passion that comes from starting with this is from David Brink. I want to thank Troy Markert for being the other instigator in getting Harness Tube started. And what a time for it to start as harness racing is taking this big upswing, this resilience back into the state of Illinois. And I can only say this so many times, folks. We got a guy that wants to build racetracks in the state of Illinois. And we cannot get that through the legislature because of the tie that Chicago has. We have lost millions of dollars by doing this. It's been dragging for 3 years. And harness racing, the horsemen are into it. We've got enough horses. We've got enough drivers. We have everything in place to make harness racing a success in the state of Illinois. And so we need that to happen. And I will just say this. I've been to Hawthorne. I will not go back to Hawthorne. It's not a good track to watch races at. You watch them from down in the first turn, and you're about about a quarter of a mile away from the finish line. And so that's what we're looking at. So we want to thank you. And so, again, we're headed out of state, and our money's going to be spent out of state on the pleasure races that we go to until those tracks are made. And here's the other thing, folks. He doesn't want any money from the state of Illinois. He wants a license. And so call your congressman, call legislative people. Let's make this thing happen. It's good for agriculture. It's good for the state of Illinois. With that, as we get ready for this next race, I'll go ahead and handicap this for you. Race 13. Everybody picked the 5, the 4, or the 1 in a box. Lisa and I are co-conspirators there together. We picked the 5, 1, 4 in that order. David picked 5, 4, 1. The 5 is Philly's Revenge. That horse coming off a third-place finish at DuQuoin. Minute and 53 on the mile there. And then Fairfield on the 6th. It won by a full 7 lengths, 7.5 lengths, I think, there on that. That horse has got some good speed and good time coming up with it. The one horse that Lisa and I picked, RK's Tony, Jaquavian Carter driving that horse for Rashawn Trigg. That horse has been fairly consistent this year, 3 first, a third, has 1 7th and 1 5th out there. Jaquavian drove the 3rd place. And Cordarius Stewart's been the driver most of the time on that horse. And then the other horse that was picked by people, the 4 horse, is a scratch. And so that's a Jamaica patent horse. That horse was scratched. And so with that, 4 horses in this next race as we get ready. And you can tell it's getting rather hard for the camera to pick things up. You'll notice it'll be out of focus a little bit because it doesn't have the sharpness that it needs. Kurt, we might need to turn the lights out in here for the the windows. Yeah, there you go. You can see a little bit better there. And the monitor is doing a good job over here, Kurt, also. If you need someplace else to look, we'll get her full string over there that Lisa can get in there for it to look. But as we get ready here, I'll turn it back over to Kurt.
Horses are at the post and the gates rolling. Race 13, and your scorecard 1 is Arcase Tony, Jaquavian Carter. 2, Guided by D-Star with Brandon Lyles. 3 is Maddie Shark with Freddie Patton Jr. 4 is Scratched. 5 is Philly's Revenge, a winner here at Farmer City last year, and Mike Rogers is the driver. The IHHA, Illinois Harness Horsemen's race, the Distaff division. Here they come. They are off and pacing. There goes Arcase Tony out for the lead. Well, not for long. Philly's Revenge just grabs the racetrack and fires out for the advantage now. And problems for Arcase Tony, who's off stride. Arcase Tony left well, but is now off stride, and Philly's Revenge will be the leader up the backstretch, and she leads it by nearly 10 lengths going to the quarter-mile mark. It is Maddie Shark in second, Guided by D-Star is racing in third, and Arcase Tony, who broke stride heading into the first turn, is now the trailer. It is Philly's Revenge who is on top, already has sailed past the quarter-mile mark and racing under the lights around that upper turn as she moves through the shadow of I-74 with an advantage of some 12 to 15 lengths now. Maddie Shark is racing in second by 7 lengths, back to Guided by D-Star, and Arcase Tony is the distant trailer. Halfway home here in the Distaff division of the Illinois Harness Horsemen's race, Mike Rogers leaning back in the race bike, trying to get Philly's Revenge to rate that incredible speed that she's got. We told you she won here a year ago at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair, and you're seeing why. She is just flat out a fast racehorse. Yeah, she's talented, but sometimes you just got to say it. She's fast, and she can usually carry that speed for the full mile. So she's already at the midpoint of the backstretch. Her advantage 17, 18 lengths now back to Maddie Shark in second. Guided by D-Star is in third, and Arcase Tony is fourth. We'll be curious to get the fractions and the final time from our timers on the infield after this race. That 1:58 brand new track record could be in jeopardy. Philly's Revenge, a powerhouse coming off the final turn. Her advantage is 20 lengths back to Maddie Shark. It is Philly's Revenge. She's rolling on home through the stretch for Mike Rogers. Philly's Revenge repeats at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair, and she wins it by some 15 lengths. Maddie Shark was second by a similar margin, back to Guided by D-Star in third, and Arcase Tony fourth. So heads up for those getting ready to head trackside. There is still a horse coming out of the shadows at the top of the home stretch that's coming down the lane to complete the mile. So be alert. Arcase Tony is right now coming through the stretch and approaching the finish wire, coming under a full head of speed, and she will come with broken equipment. The wheel disc got broken on the right side of the race bike, so that will be duly noted in the official chart as the fourth place finisher, Arcase Tony, makes it home despite that broken equipment. We'll meet the winner in just a moment. 14th race is coming up.
Well, nobody's going to make any ground there. Everybody got 10 points for the 5 winning that race, but nobody's going to get any points further than that. So 10 points will be out there for each person. And I'll just go over those as we head into this last race here, where the point standings are for the night. Lisa's lead has shrunk just a little bit with that. And so it looks like she's at 124 points to David's 87, and I'm at a lousy 67 tonight. She has almost doubled my point total, within 10 points of, or 5 points of doubling my point total. So a bad night for Steve, as Lisa is actually in the year, for the year, now in third place, just in third place by 2 points. David Brink still has the lead with a 106-point lead for the year, but Lisa's the big winner tonight with 124 points in a last race coming up here, and we'll see how that fares out. I'm looking at the race. This is going to be a 6-horse race, so this might be a setup here, but let's see what we can do here as far as other things. We want to take a look at race 14 coming up here.
Well, folks, we can tell you this. The final time for the mile did not touch the track record. So that track record from 1:58 in race number 12 will stand. Having said that, you are looking at the fastest filly or mare in the history of the Farmer City Fair. 1:59.2, the fastest filly or mare ever over this racetrack. Congratulations to Nan Turner of Argenta. She is the owner breeder, standing next to winning driver Mike Rogers. That's a driving double for Mike. There's David Brink and also Brenda Watson of the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association making the presentation of the blanket. John Fletcher, the trainer, just talked to Mike Rogers there. So you are seeing quite a night of racing, folks. And the most recent example, that mare right in front of you, the fastest female racehorse ever at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair, 1:59.2. So it's been amazing tonight. We have seen a couple of drivers for their first career victories, Aaron Martin and J.J. Carter. We've seen Heavy Pressure break the all-age track record in 1:58 flat. We've seen Philly's Revenge break the all-time record for a filly or mare at this fair in 1:59.2, and we still have one race to go. We are going to hold up on the full field rundown until we do get the all clear. I want to make sure that we don't jump the gun on that, because I know that our presiding judge, Mr. Randy Callahan, did want to talk to a couple of the drivers about the start of the race when the one R.K. Tony and the two Guided by D-Star hooked wheels heading down into the first turn, which resulted in the one breaking stride. So we don't want to give the full field rundown as official. None of that will concern the winner. We know the winner is fine. So Brent, here's what we're going to do. We're going to throw it back to you. And Brent, I would love your observation on something. I've got Steve Surratt to my right, who's anchoring the broadcast, the live stream tonight on Harness 2. And Steve is a veteran sports radio play-by-play announcer. You have an extensive resume in radio. We have talked about radio as kind of a romantic medium. And Brent, I would love your observation about how much fun it is on radio when you get a chance to describe what is happening for your listening audience. And I mentioned this, Brent, because when I was a kid in the 70s, I would listen to the radio broadcast from Farmer City on WHOW from Clinton. Bob Beach was the race announcer, and the way he described the action, I had never been to Farmer City, but man, it made me want to go to the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair.
All right, I didn't have Kurt's mic up. I'm sorry about that, folks. But we're waiting for the official announcement on this race, as they're doing, just checking with some drivers on an incident of wheels being locked. And wheels being locked can be a very dangerous thing. And if you saw the race from the Knox County Fair that we did last week, we had two drivers lock their wheels. And as they're trying to unlock, because there's a specific way that has to happen to get unhooked and not cause damage, the weirdest thing is one of the horses from way back came full blast right in between the two drivers. So you're trying to work that out at the finish line. But here's the great thing. All the horses came up okay. All the drivers came up okay. We just had one of the buggies that got tore up pretty good. So we're thankful for that. And the safety, Kurt's talked about it before when we've had it on the air about NASCAR guys have, harnesses around their necks. They have helmets on. They have restraints on their bodies. They can hit that wall. Yes, it still hurts, but they're kind of looking that they got it pretty safe in comparison to harness racers and even horse jockeys in the thoroughbred side that have basically a helmet. And that's it. And the helmets, the Hans device helps them from snapping their neck. I mean, that's truly what it is. It keeps it from moving so much that they're going to have some permanent damage there. if you get thrown off of a horse or thrown off of a buggy and you go head first, there's no protection other than for your noggin. And I'm going to tell you, the helmets may save your noggin, but it's not going to save other parts of your body. So this is one of the, I will say, dangerous sports out there that's happening. And you're having wild animals that you are training to do some things. And so with that, just pray for safety each and every time that either somebody gets on a horse or behind a horse, that there's safety there as we get ready for this next race. And waiting still, I think, for the finish there as there's an inquiry. It looks like Randy Callahan is slowly, at this point, climbing the 3-story steps across the way. And folks, those are not just easy steps or like the ones here. They're steep steps. And I'll say this because he's my age, for us old guys, and even a young guy like Kurt Becker, it's pretty hard. David Brink, not a problem. He's a young pup. We just let him haul all the equipment and do all that stuff. But, yeah, that's the other thing people don't realize. We just don't show up and are set up in 5 minutes. We've got to haul equipment to where we need it. Sometimes it's up steps or wherever it's at. We've got to get the sound from someplace. We've got to find a good angle for the camera. And we usually show up at least 2 hours before a harness racing event. And so it's just not the time getting there. Sometimes we spend anywhere from an hour to 3-4 hours getting someplace for racing, just like Kurt does. But Kurt's got the easy job. He brings his backpack. His microphone's already here. The sound guy's already made sure he's got sound, brings his notes out, and when it's done, he's out of here. David and I will be here for a little while. I think last year at Farmers City, we had a great time here last year too. We got here early, and it was hot, and as we were tearing down, somebody was turning the lights off on us. So we just don't set up, throw it up, and get here. So, but we say that telling you we love harness racing that much as we get ready for this last race. I guess after this race, we'll probably get that race 13 from unofficial to official. So let's go over it real quick here and see what's going on. A lot of different picks. Things could happen here. David picked a 5.34 vertical speed. Lisa picked vertical speed to win this race. David picked the 3-horse Ideal Big Guy to finish second. Lisa and I both picked that horse for third. I picked the 1-horse Smooth and Creamy to finish second. Lisa picked Holden Steady. So there's going to be some change in points. Even though Lisa's got a big lead, it's probably not overcomable at this point, but she could make up some big distance on this if things turn out right. Horses are getting ready on the backstretch, and it will be tough. As you can see, the camera's doing a pretty good job of picking things up out there. I know my screen here is lighter. Sometimes you need to put that brighter look either on your phone or on your TV, and it'll come out just a little bit better for you. On our monitor here, we can see things pretty good, but I know in the stream going out, it's not as clear as that. Here we get ready to go. Lisa is going to get ready to go with the camera here in a second, and we'll have racing for you here. Yeah, Carmen, I understand. Couldn't hear Kurt because I had him turned down by accident. We'll get him back up so things can happen.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. I do. Thank you, buddy. Okay. You bet.
The horses are headed to the post for our 14th and final race. The stewards have just made the full field rundown official for race 13, so we'll pass that along to you here in just a moment. But right now, our focus is on the 14th and final race, the Colt and Gelding division of the race for Illinois-bred Pacers age 3 and up, presented by the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association. Demarius Wakefield drives the 3 Ideal Big Guy, and here they come for the nightcap. And away they go, and there goes Holden Steady out for the early lead. Matt Avenatti is going to move Vertical Speed quickly, though, to the front. Vertical Speed now moves up, circles around the outside of Holden Steady in second. An Ideal Big Guy is racing third as they go to the quarter. Smooth and Creamy is pacing in fourth. Dash Around is back there in the fifth position as they head up the back stretch. And Bruiser Cruiser, who got rough-gated off the first turn, settles down, but not before he has to drop out to the back of the pack and is racing in last as they go by the quarter. Vertical Speed is the race leader. Vertical Speed is on top as he guides the field around that upper turn. Leads it by only 1 length. And then it is Holden Steady who's right there in the second position. Then a gap of another length and a half or 2 lengths or so back to Ideal Big Guy, who travels along in third. They march their way down through the stretch to the halfway point in the 14th and final race. Vertical Speed leads it, and here comes Ideal Big Guy up to challenge Holden Steady for second. Dash Around is in the outer flow of traffic, moves up into fourth, and Smooth and Creamy is fifth. And then there's a gap of 15 lengths back to Bruiser Cruiser, who is last of the 6. They swing around the third of our 4 turns in our final race here this evening at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair. Vertical Speed leads it by a length and a half. Holden Steady is second by just a half length. Ideal Big Guy is racing third as the field goes toward the 3/4 mile mark. And then it's Dash Around in fourth. Smooth and Creamy is trying to get going from fifth, and Bruiser Cruiser is last of the 6, but the leader is Vertical Speed, who has already passed the 3/4 mile mark and is swinging down the final turn on the course. Vertical Speed has given this field the slip. Opens up 5, 6, 7 lengths to the good. Holden Steady is second by a margin of 7. Back to Ideal Big Guy in third. It is all Vertical Speed. Matt Avenatti is going to bookend the card. He won the opener. He wins the finale. He wins with Vertical Speed by 7 lengths. Holden Steady second. Dash Around was third. Ideal Big Guy was fourth. And then Smooth and Creamy was home fifth. And again, heads up, there's still a pacer in the shadows at the top of the stretch. It is Bruiser Cruiser who's coming off the final turn. So, folks, heads up trackside. You still have got number 4, Bruiser Cruiser, who's coming down the lane under the lights now along this front straightaway to complete the journey in that 6th position in race 14. We owe you a full field rundown from race 13. We owe you a full field rundown from race 14. We've got more to come. Sit tight. We'll recap everything and wrap things up along with Brent Cordes here in just a moment.
Another good race there, folks. As we finish the night out here, we'll have the race results for both of those races for you as we throw the unofficial up there. I'm sorry I didn't take that down for you. It looks like it's going to be 5-2-6 on the finish there. 5-2. David gets 10 points. Lisa gets 15 points. And I get 1. So not a good night for Steve on the picks tonight. And I think I'm going to tell Randy Callahan I'm going to go back to picking chalk. So 10 points for David and 15 points for Lisa on the evening. And if everything holds out the way we think it's going to hold out, Lisa with 139 points. She doubled my point total for the night. I ended up in third with 68. David was 97 points, so he was 42 points behind Miss Lisa tonight. Lisa did 2 trifectas and at least 2 1 and 2s and had 2 other really
It has
good
been
picks.
a good night for Matt Avenatti. He opened the card with a win. He won another race toward the middle of the card, and he closes with a win. He leads all drivers with 3 wins. He led all drivers yesterday with 3 wins at the Marshall Putnam Fair at Henry. How about a hand for Matt Avenatti? And Vertical Speed has won for the 3rd consecutive time. 22nd lifetime win for Vertical Speed, owned by Kevin and Daryl Miller of Arthur, and trained by Kevin Miller and driven by Matt Avenatti, as we mentioned. Kevin Miller ends up having a pretty good night himself here this evening. He ties Jill Brown for leading trainer owners, as Kevin Miller and Jill Brown will each come away with 3 victories as trainer on the night. But Vertical Speed, a 4-year-old gelded son of Stevensville, bred by the Victory Lane Standardbreds of Arthur, Illinois. This horse has been on a roll in these Illinois Harness Horseman races. Was a winner at the Wayne County Fair at Fairfield in this division, was a winner again at the White County Fair at Carmi, and now comes a little further north and picks up the win here tonight at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair. Our thanks to the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association. Good to have David Brink trackside tonight, along with Brenda Watson, both of the IHHA, congratulating our winners. We'll have the full field rundown for you for races 13 and 14, and we'll recap the fractions here in just a moment. One note about the track conditioning crew. This racetrack, the half-mile track, it sits dormant for 364 days a year. So the job that the Farmer City Raceway stock car track conditioning crew does on the harness track, it's incredible. Fantastic job. We have seen an all-age track record, a filly and mare track record. It has been quite a night here this evening. As the question for Kurt Homan and his crew is, what do you do for an encore next year? Full field rundown coming up for both the 13th and the 14th race.
All right, as we close things out here, as soon as the race is official, we'll take care of that.
Yes, sir.
Do that, but want to remind people we'll be at Paris on Monday at 5 p.m. Start time. Urbana Tuesday, 5 p.m. Lewiston on 1 o'clock on Thursday. Lewistown. It's kind of like Casey.
I grew up saying Lewiston. I'll allow it.
And Leroy. It's not Leroy, it's not Casey, and it's not Lewiston. It's Lewistown, Casey, and Leroy.
I'll never get them right, but I'll keep trying anyway.
Yeah. So at any rate, that's what's going on there. I've got the unofficial banner still up there like I did for the whole race. As we get ready to go here, to be honest with you, we've already had the track side, so I'm going to take Lisa offline so she can get packed up.
I think she's
there.
Off already.
Nope, she's I'll just throw the
Brent, we can pass along the fact that race 13, we do have the full field rundown. They're still checking into some situations with the 14th race. Our presiding judge, Randy Callahan, wants to talk to a couple of drivers, so a steward's inquiry pending on race 14 should not affect the winner of the race, but may affect positions further back in the finishing order. So we'll bring you up to speed on that in just a moment. First of all, in race number 13, there was a disqualification in the 13th race. Number 2, Guided by D-Star, finished third, was disqualified and placed fourth for interference in the first turn after the start, committed against the 1, Arcase Tony. So here's the full field rundown in race 13. Arcase Tony finished fourth, is placed third. Guided by D-Star finished third, disqualified, and placed fourth. Maddie Shark was the runner-up. Hype Your Bestie Up was scratched, and Philly's Revenge was the winner. The fractions were 29 at the quarter, 57 and 4 at the half, 3 quarters 128 and 4, and the time for the mile was 159 and 2, and with the placing it read 3, 4, 2, scratch 1. Now the 14th race is official. That 14th race, here's the full field rundown. No placings, no action taken, so the order stands as they finished. Smooth and Creamy finished 5. Holden Steady was the runner-up. Ideal Big Guy was 4th. Bruiser Cruiser was 6th. Vertical Speed the winner, and Dash Around was 3rd. They got the quarter in 30 seconds flat. They got the half in a minute, 1/5. 3 quarters, 1:30, and 4/5, and the time for the mile, 1:59 and 4. It reads 5:24, 6:13. Our final 3 races on the card. Last 3 races tonight all go faster than 2 minutes. We're going to have to dig out the record books to find the last time we had 3 consecutive miles on a program here at Farmer City that went faster than 2 minutes. And don't know when the last time was that happened, or the last time that we had 2 track record miles on the same night. So that will do it.
Okay. David, for us, we'll see them next week. And I want to thank everybody for listening and watching. Until the next time, we'll see you at the finish line.
Sounds good.
All right.
And for our friends